So far, we have cleared 2 people innocent of this murder. The problem with that is that I still don't know who did either of them. Look at all these people. I did not know that this is what this guy looked like. Unrelated. But like, so many people could have done it. And I don't know who did it. So I guess we'll figure it out. March 14th, 9:21 p.m. Open air stage. I've left the Damask II investigation to Francisca and returned to Babal. I suppose my first order of business should be to look into Babal's statue. Mr. Edgeworth! So, Kay, what's the situation? Oh, it's great! Investigating is so much fun! In other words, they've made absolutely no progress. Wait, we weren't goofing off, honest, sir. We've been investigating our hearts out. Very well then. Would you care to give me an update on your investigation? We've had a really fun time, sir. I knew it. 0 progress. In all fairness, I haven't made any progress either, really. In any case, Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? You have permission to enter the Alabastian Embassy, is that correct? Yup. As a local detective, I'm helping out with investigations on both sides, sir. Good. In that case, I can leave these pieces of evidence with you. They belong to the lady under the Pink Princess's mask. The Pink Princess? What kind of lady was playing her, sir? The kind that was also playing the role of the Pink Badger yesterday. Understood, sir. Man, everybody hates this woman. Myself included. If I happen to run into her, I'll give them back to her. And if I don't, then I guess I'll unload them somewhere. He doesn't seem all that enthused to go find her, but I can't blame him. Evidence that has lost their value given to Detective Gumshoe. No, my evidence! It's all gonna go away, huh? No, it's all gone. I like having evidence, though. Now then, I don't believe I'll be needing this anymore, either. What? Are you really gonna throw that autograph away? Yes, because that Steel Samurai was a fake. Steel Samurai's autograph scrunched up into a ball and disposed of. No, the autograph. Wait, what? What do you mean by fake? Now then, I believe it's time for a little housekeeping. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. All of my evidence! Oh! It's all gone. Somehow the flowers are necessary evidence. And the samurai dogs. Also weird. All my evidence is gone. I'm having a real time of it cleaning up after the fire. I suppose we should stay out here and investigate the stage some more then. Fine. Ah, so you're back now, are you, Mr. Edgeworth? You must be tired. Here, with these you can eat whatever food you like. And these are discount tickets for our cafeteria. They open tomorrow at 10 in the morning. I appreciate the concern, however, these coupons do nothing for me right now. I would still take them. Coupons are coupons. They're great. This open-air stage, what function does it serve exactly? Well, normally we use it for a variety of events. It's all to attract that extra bit of attention to Babal. I heard that tonight, over in the Alabastian Rose Garden, Ambassador Alba was to give a speech. And you know what? Manny told me that I really should give a speech too. Mr. Cochin told you that? Yes, he did. Which is why I thought I should give a speech of my own. But unfortunately, I wasn't able to. Because of the fire that the Yatagarasu started. Exactly. Interesting. Could that be part of some sort of plot? I'll keep that information in mind. He was gonna give a speech, but couldn't. Ambassador Paleno, I'd like to ask you a little more about the Primadux statues. Oh, I see. Well, let me ask you this. Did you know that Alabast and Babal used to be one country called Cadopia? Yeah. Yes, I know that much about your history. And it split only 7 years ago, which is weird. Well, the Primadux statue belonged to the founders of Cadopia. At least, that's how the story goes. It was bequeathed unto the king of Cadopia as a symbol of the country's wealth. So it was meant as a symbol of sovereignty and the right to rule, I take it. Yes, that's right, which is why both countries are so adamant about their claim. We hold the real statue, therefore we hold the right to rule, is the reasoning. It's pretty petty when you think about it, though, I suppose. But if Alabast and Babal were to re-establish relations, shouldn't that put an end to the squabbling over the statue? I have no reason to believe so. The Primadux statue is even more important now as a key to diplomacy. I wonder if Ambassador Paleno knows about what has happened to the very important key to diplomacy. Perhaps I should try showing him this key and see what he has to say about it. Yeah. Ambassador Paleno, if you could please take a look at this for me. The Primadux statue sitting in Alabast right now actually belongs to Babal. So it would appear. I received a call from Ms. Von Karma about this earlier. Then you will understand why I wish to inspect Babal's Primadux statue immediately. Because the statue currently in your country's possession. Yes, well, I've already inspected it myself, and it is definitely Alabast's statue. I know because it's the real statue. Then you're saying that Babal's was a replica? I'm embarrassed to say it's true, even though I knew that someday it would be exposed. I received my orders from the leaders of Babal, and I was to negotiate with Ambassador Alba at this event. I was to negotiate with him and fix the results of the evaluation tonight, to say that we could not determine which statue is the real one.
Hold it!
Why are you telling me this? Oh, well, because you already figured it out. Our statue is just a hollow gold shell. Even if Babal were to lose face, the reunification of the country is what's important. I'm right in thinking that, aren't I? I'm not making a mistake, right? If you don't know yourself, then I won't pretend to know either. I never thought that by being betrayed by my own secretary, the real symbol of wealth would be given to me. Isn't it simply ironic? Why'd he turn British? Ambassador Paleno, there's just one thing I'd like to ask you about. Yes? Oh, and don't worry. You could ask me more than just one thing. How about 2 or 3? In exchange, I expect you'll be coming to Babal, yes? Thank you, but just the one thing is all I require. Manny Kochin, I'd like to ask you about this man who was your secretary. Sure, I'll tell you what I know. Thank you for your cooperation, Ambassador. He was, well, if I had to put it in one word, he was an able man. If there was ever anything I needed as an ambassador, he was able to get it for me. To think that a man like that had a hand in a smuggling ring right under my nose, going completely unnoticed. Actually, I suppose because he was an able man, I was unable to detect his dirty dealings. It sounds like Mr. Kochin had a very sharp mind. Recently, Manny had been really busy. Since I became the Babalese representative at the Country Unification Council, he's been working tirelessly to cover my work for me. I'm sorry, but what is this Country Unification Council? Oh, well, you see, had tonight's events proceeded without a hitch, our 2 countries were to reunify and become one again. But I guess with how things turned out, that dream won't be realized anytime soon. I suppose not. Dang. They were gonna become... I already forgot the name. They were gonna become that country again. Cadopia. Cadopia. They were gonna become Cadopia again. It would appear that the stage is also scheduled to be renovated. You know, I would love to perform on a stage like this. Something like The Greatest Great Thief Show. I should think it would be a bad idea for a thief to show their face to the world. Hey, you're not going back to Alabasta already, are you? No, not yet. I still need to gather a bit more information first. I was trying to talk to Detective Gumshoe. Mr. Edgeworth! You look like you're enjoying yourself, Detective. Well, I don't have much else that I enjoy as much as a good investigation, sir. So, what did you find out? Ah, well... I take it he has found nothing of any particular use, as usual. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I got something really interesting from Ambassador Polano. Oh? And what is this something interesting? This, sir, I bet it's coupons. It's not, it's actually a thing. Oh, that's so pretty. I'm so jealous, it's a real treasure there. Why does the flame burn green, Detective? So apparently, if you burn the special wit crystal oil that they only make in the ball, it burns this green color, sir. Interesting. So it's a special property of the oil. I suppose this is a ploy to force people to visit Babal should the oil run out. Hey Gummy, what about these silhouettes? They stuck some cutouts on the outside of the lantern so it'd project the images. Oh? Silhouettes, huh? They are rather pretty, aren't they? That's how they made the weird Yatagarasi shadow, huh? Wait, what am I doing? I was supposed to be asking for an update on the investigation. Hey, what's wrong, sir? There's something I want you to investigate for me. Do you think you can do that much? Uh-huh. You got it, sir. Hey, that's not fair. Why is Gummy getting to do all the fun stuff? Oh, well, that's because I'm Mr. Edgeworth's partner. Oh, I can't believe you took advantage of the confusion and stole my role as assistant. I expect the two of you to get along and work together like professionals on this. Yeah, that evidence feels very important. Because they totally use this to make the Yatagarasi shadow, right? Hey, where are you going? Are you heading back to Alabast? Yes, but before I do, I suppose I should give you a summary of what's happened. Oh, I see. So there's been a murder in both countries using an object from the other country? That's the gist of it. Babal is just as strict as Alabast. That's also, I just realized, the way that they snuggled this knife across country lines through the statue, right? In their inspection of the people and things that enter their country, meaning that somehow both murder weapons were smuggled into the two countries. That's the only logical conclusion that can be drawn. Perhaps the key to the weapon smuggling is the person who traversed both countries. You mean the fake Yatagarasu? In one way or another, the Yatagarasu is connected. Of this I am sure. Now then, where was the Yatagarasu first spotted? Well, I believe it was the Rose Garden on the Alabastian side of the embassy. Garden is just on the other side of this boundary. It's where Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight. At least that's where I heard the Yatagarasu had appeared. In that case, I believe it's vital that I investigate the Rose Garden post-haste. Wait, before you go, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. What is it? My guess is that it's a guitar pick. I picked it up just now over there. Do you think it'll be of any use? There's a little water on it, but how did the water get on it? It doesn't look like there's anything it could get wet from around here. I was thinking, they have concerts here at this open-air stage from time to time, right? Alright, I'll find its owner later. Interesting. Oh yeah, there's one more thing. Mr. Edgeworth, would you be willing to hold on to this? What is this? It's misused perfume. It's the bottle that woman left behind and that I found 7 years ago. I thought that one day it'd be of some use in tracking her down. So I kept it safe all this time. We're gonna give it to the dog! Thank you. I'd be honored to hold on to it for you. We're gonna give it to the dog. He's gonna track down Miss Yu. Oh, I'm so excited. I think I'll be returning to the investigation in Alabast now, but... I know. I'll go back to Babal and do some more investigating there. March 14th, 9:58 p.m. Rose Garden. Lang again. I see you're back, Miles Edgeworth. Oh! It's not Lang. Okay. How are things in Babal? Although, I can't really say I expect much from Scruffy and that girl. The investigation into Manny Cochin's death hasn't really progressed any. However, the investigation into the Yatagarasu has. Ah yes, the Yatagarasu. Even now I find it hard to believe. I'm gonna get sick of saying that word soon. A person who can freely traverse between the two countries at will? Preposterous. Well, that's what I came here to investigate. I heard that this is where witnesses claim to have seen the Yatagarasu. That's correct. Ambassador Alba was to give a speech tonight here in Alabast. And that's when the Yatagarasu appeared. The shadow of the mysterious thief appeared, and just as suddenly, it vanished. After that, there was the fire at the Babalese embassy that the Yatagarasu started. I vow that not a single feather from the Yatagarasu shall escape my diligence. There is an overturned spotlight here. When the Yatagarasu appeared, the audience that was waiting for the speech to start panicked. I suppose it's when someone must have knocked it over, and that's how the thingy stopped. I'm having a tough time visualizing the mass confusion that took place here. I thought to use my whip to capture the Yatagarasu. However, there were people in my way, and I was unable to land even a single lash. I suppose this means that some other poor saps were hit instead. A statue of a woman. I wonder if the lady is pouring water. I wonder how that pick could be wet. It says that it's a statue of the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux. Well, Miles Edgeworth, it seems that you are lousy at reading a woman's heart. I opened my mouth about a statue and she somehow made a leap to that. There are roses scattered on the surface of the water, creating a pleasant fragrance. It's not just for aesthetics, this pool's water is also used in putting out fires. I see. Oh! The pool stopped filling itself automatically. The fountain spouts are set to stay open until the pool's water reaches a certain level. If this water is used to put out fires, I suppose it must be refilled to its normal level. Which suggests that this pool was recently used somehow in this embassy. I guess I'll take some notes about it, just in case. How dare you surprise me like that? I'm sorry. Oh, hey, Edgy. Thanks for what you did back there. Oh, it's Larry. Of course it's Larry. Your gratitude alone is enough. More importantly, Larry, this pool is not for your personal enjoyment. I know that! Do you really think that I'm the type to just jump in a pool and swim around for fun?
Objection!
Alright then. Did you by chance fall into the pool? A nice guess, but no dice. So you know my son, right, Edgy? Your son? I guess I kinda lost sight of him when I shook hands with the ambassador. And I'm pretty sure he was around here when I last saw him. You imbecile! How can you be so flippant at a time like this? What are you going to do if your son fell into the pool? And how old is this child of yours anyway? I bet it's a fake child. Huh? Oh, how old is he again? Oh no, he's gonna get whipped.
Hold it!
Larry, this is the first I've heard of a son. Who exactly is the mother? The mother! Oh, that chick! The pink princess! The pink princess.
Hold it!
Miss Von Karma. I was a bit confused by this man's words for a bit there. However, I believe what he's looking for is the doll of the Iron Infant. Yep, because I'm the Steel Samurai through and through, heart and soul. And the Iron Infant is my cute little son. You have given a whole new meaning to the phrase, an astounding fool. Larry. We have not seen hide nor hair of the Iron Infant. but rest assured that if we should find him, we'll let you know. Now get out of there. Sounds good. In that case, I'll go search over there. Hey, wait! Well, it's not as if he'll get very far swimming around in that pool. And though he's unrelated to the murders, he sure knows how to cause a lot of trouble. Oh, man. So this is where Ambassador Alba was to give his speech. The stage was set up nicely, however, where was the audience supposed to sit? Perhaps they were supposed to sit around the edge of the pool. That's such poor planning if there were no other place than a spot or two by the pool. They really should have made seating arrangements like how the gallery is set up in court. Indeed, you can sense that consideration for viewers was taken with those. So in the end, the speaker and his audience were to stand the whole time, huh? Yes, although I suspect the audience would have liked to sit down after a while. I suppose Ambassador Alba sat in this chair. Ambassador Alba is very elderly. The chair was prepared for him should he have gotten tired during his speech. In that case, why didn't he plan to make his speech sitting down in the first place? The ambassador is also quite prideful, that's why. He sounds like my old principal from grade school who'd speak at assemblies. Dang, he's just a principal now? The statue bears a resemblance to the Primadux statue. The plaque says King Primadux in the battlefield. In order to save the queen, King Primadux put his life on the line and went to war. So Primadux was actually a person of royal blood. I thought he was simply someone imitating a character from an ancient legend. Well, what surprises me is that a real person who looked like the Steel Samurai existed. I suppose there's that too. These are some beautiful roses here. They appear to be well maintained. You're being too nice, Miles Edgeworth. The arrangement is devoid of any design sense. Roses only truly shine when they are grouped by color, one color per location. They lose their beauty when they're all mixed together like this. I can't tell if she's being sarcastic or not. On second thought, there's a rather serious look on her face. I'd better leave it be. They should really rethink the proper balance of these roses. Of all the people to comment on the proper balance of things. Oh, snap! Have you finished checking out all the bystanders? Yes, sir! And we found 14 counts of pickpocketing, 16 counts of illegal parking, and 1 person ran a light, sir. Don't tell me you didn't find out anything related to the case. Sir, not a single thing, sir! Well, for now, let's just get those other lawbreakers down to the precinct. Oh my god, he's gonna arrest, like, 14 people? Agent Lang. Well, if it isn't Mr. Prosecutor. I would just like to thank you for your assistance earlier. Make no mistake, it's not like I was trying to help you with what I did. After I left, did you receive word from Ambassador Alba? We're to wrap up our bodyguard assignment at the end of today. Oddly enough, we received word from HQ to return home on an urgent matter. As if I can be so easily called away from this case after I've come this far. I swear to find the truth and drag it out screaming into the light. You're with me on that, right, Mr. Prosecutor? Dang, he's changed his tune. You were working as Ambassador Alba's bodyguard at the time. So naturally, you witnessed when the Yatagarasu appeared, correct? Yeah, I saw the thief all right, with my own 2 eyes. The Yatagarasu was always there, lurking in the shadows. But when the spotlight were turned on for Ambassador Alba's speech, a shadow appeared. That's when the cries of, "It's the Yatagarasu," rang out. The next second, the spotlight went out. And by the time we got the area lit again, the deft thief had vanished. Yeah, there's a cutout on the spotlight, so that way it puts the Yatagarasu's shadow. It's definitely that. She was there way earlier today, huh? When we investigated afterwards, we found out that the reason the lights went out was because someone had unplugged the extension plug for all the outdoor electronics. Whether it was someone doing it on purpose, or simply a guest who had tripped over it, we don't know. But one thing is for certain. The Yatagarasu was here. So you're saying that basically all you saw was the thief's silhouette? Yes.
Objection!
If all you saw was a shadow, then it's entirely possible that the shadow belonged to someone else. Huh. Good thinking, sis. You might just be right. If it weren't for the fact that there was no one else with that same shape. Not among the staff or the audience members. My men have already done a thorough check of everyone, so I know I'm right. Someone else's shadow. It sounds like a plausible hypothesis. The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. I believe I figured out its true origin. I expected no less from my subordinate. Now let's hear what you know on the subject. What really casts the shadow of the Yatagarasu?
Take that!
Franziska, if you could take a look at this, don't you find it to be a bit suspicious? Not at all? As I thought. For you see, I was merely testing you just now. Oh no. We have no time to waste on your pompous talk, so get on with your explanation already. I guess Franziska just couldn't understand my point. I need to think this through again. Now the Yatagarasu shadow. There really is only one thing that can explain how it was cast, and it must be this. It's the other headlight.
Take that!
Oh no. Is it the statue? It could be the statue. I'm pretty sure it's the headlight though, and they used the same thing as they used on this lantern thing to project the images and stuff. Okay, it must be the statue then.
Take that!
The suddenly appearing and disappearing shadow of the Yatagarasu. Is it not possible that it was created by this statue?
Objection!
Are you playing me for a fool, Miles Edgeworth? The statue bears absolutely no resemblance to the shadow of the Yatagarasu. You are correct. However, this statue is but one part of the whole picture. What do you mean by only one part? What is the other part to the real form of the Yatagarasu's shadow? Wait, this has been moved! It's not aligned. The other statue.
Take that!
It's another statue? The Yatagarasu's shadow was made from the shadows of these two statues. Made? What do you mean by that? Right now, the spotlights are all over the place. This is because they were moved when the guests were in a panicked state. However, if we were to restore the lights to where they were when the thief appeared, you believe that the two shadows will create the Yatagarasu's shadow? Precisely. Now then, watch as I reveal the true form of the Yatagarasu. First, if we set up a spotlight to cast a shadow of King Primadux in the battlefield. Oh yeah, it's totally this. The shadow of the king's statue would appear on the backdrop of the stage. Likewise, if we set up a light on the queen who spoke of love to King Primadux. Her silhouette would also appear on the backdrop to the stage. So if we were to combine the two shadows, it looks nothing like the Yatagarasu's shadow. Miles Edgeworth, how do you explain this grotesque shape? Calm down, Franziska. The way the light needs to be shown on the queen's statue is wrong. What do you mean by that? I believe that the whole of the king's shadow needs to be used for this to work. However, in the case of the queen, I don't believe her whole shadow is needed. Rather, the person who created the shadow only used one part of her shadow. Only one part? Yes, and that one part alone is enough to fill in the rest of the Yatagarasu's shadow. Why didn't you say that in the first place? You're right, I apologize. Now, what part of the queen's statue is used to complete the Yatagarasu's shadow?
Take that!
I'm fairly certain I've presented every single part of this statue. Literally all of them.
Take that!
What exactly do I do?
Take that!
Wait a minute, I got it!
Take that!
The hand! It's the hand, but super zoomed in! Oh my god, that's so frustrating. Oh! Think back to what is missing in our shadow. 5 long, thin areas, correct? Now what does that remind you of? Ah! That's right. It can only be the shadow of the Queen's left hand. Francisca, can we please adjust the spotlight's position so that it only shines on the Queen's left hand? Alright, let's give it a try and see what we get. I feel so stupid right now. There's no way that the Queen's hand made that. Like, those feathers? No. That doesn't work. Why are they so pointy? Yeah, this is exactly like the shadow I saw. The culprit must have changed the spotlight's positioning beforehand, and then pulled the plug after people saw what the culprit wanted them to see. In their panic, the guests must have moved the spotlights around, which we can assume was also a part of the culprit's plan. By the time the lights came back on, the Yatagarasu's shadow had vanished, which means that the shadow was a construct from the very beginning. So you see, the Yatagarasu never did visit Alabast tonight. The only country that the thief visited was Babal, although it can be assumed that the Yatagarasu had an accomplice in Alabast. An accomplice? But who? I haven't figured that part out yet, but I assume it was the person who set up the shadow show. I sense that the biggest clue yet to solving this case is the existence of this accomplice. That hurt my brain on a whole other level. Who is this? How's the investigation going? This guy, okay. Detective Bad, have you come to join us in investigating the Yatagarasu? I left the murder in Agent Lang's charge, and my only target, from the very beginning, is the Yatagarasu. So yes. So, what have you found out? I got a piece of evidence. May I see it? Sure, but you might regret it. We're here because we are ready to face whatever may come. So if you please. When people heard the commotion, bystanders started gathering, and one woman claimed, "I'm telling you, I'm a genuine international journalist." Lotta Heart. I saw Lotta Heart earlier. Yes, she gave me an interesting picture. A journalist. I like Lotta Heart. She's a good character. Well, actually, she's a freelance cameraman. This is the photo I got from her. Okay, that's something on fire being, like, thrown over the wall. The Yatagarasu is flying through the air. The times, they are a-changing. It's not just man, but evidence. Even they lie to us now. When was this photo taken? Apparently, right after the fires, on the 4th and 5th floors were put out. It was taken from a nearby building that you could see the embassy from. I see. So this was taken after the fire. Yeah, this is like a blazing piece of evidence that has been tossed over. The blur in this picture took off from the Baboy's embassy, flew over the boundary, and headed for the embassy of Alabast. This is like some sort of evidence that has been tossed over to give to the accomplice. But for what reason, I don't know. This is simply not possible. People are incapable of flight. Is that a fact? I've had the pleasure of dealing with a case involving a flying person once. That was Francisca. That was not you, Edgeworth. Actually, come to think of it, I've come across a case like that as well. Wait, which case did Edgeworth come across with a flying person? Right! Never mind. I'm stupid. It was, Bridge to Turnabout. Maybe it happens more often than we think. Am I up to the task of solving the mystery behind this photograph? Well, the Yatagarasu took off from the Babyliss embassy, so I should start from there. Francisca, I need to return to the Ball investigation for a bit. Alright. Okay. Bye. I'll continue investigating on this side of the building. Alright. I'm counting on you. Welcome back, Mr. Edgeworth. Now come on, let's get back to our investigation. Yes, let's. We're not going to question why she's been standing there all along. Can I go here? Oh, man. Worth a shot. March 14th, 10:37 p.m. Babyliss Embassy, Secretariat's office. To think, after all that running around, we're right back where we started. It would appear that way. Hi, Mr. Edgeworth. Have you found Manny's killer yet? I'm terribly sorry, Ambassador Polano, but I have yet to find his killer. Then I guess his murder really was the work of the Yatagarasu. Let's get one thing straight. It was the work of the fake Yatagarasu. The real Yatagarasu is a noble vigilante who is only out to steal the truth. Miss Faraday, please don't make such a sad face. If there's anything I can do for you, all you have to do is ask, alright? Mr. Polano? Actually, there is one thing you can do. Will you allow us to take another look around? We didn't have enough time to conduct a thorough investigation earlier. Oh, sure. Please feel free to investigate to your heart's content. Also, there are a few questions I'd like to ask you personally, Ambassador. If it will bring a smile back to Miss Faraday's face, then I'll gladly answer anything. Thank you, Mr. Polano. You're a total gentleman. You don't have to waste such nice words on me, little miss. Hey, Sir Polano. I keep saying Polano. That's not true. Those two sure got chummy awfully quickly. You know, it's easy to say we're going to investigate, but where should we begin? We should probably start by comparing the state of this room before and after the fire. And then we should look into the matter of the suspicious person you spotted. Yeah, when I came into this room, that person was already gone. But I'm willing to bet that person I was chasing is Mr. Kochin's killer. We don't know that yet. However, it's hard to believe that person is unrelated. Furthermore, because the key that Yatagarasu stole 7 years ago was found here, it signals that perhaps Miss Yu is also somehow involved. I knew it! That woman is almost definitely Mr. Kochin's killer. Yet again, we don't know that. There are too many mysteries to be solved here. Speaking of the Yatagarasu and mysteries, I received a most mysterious photo from Detective Bad. Uncle Bad? He's taking part in the investigation too? Yes, he has been chasing after the Yatagarasu for all these years. Uncle Bad? Now then, I was told that this photo was taken just after the fire. What? This kind of looks like the person in the long coat I was chasing. Does this mean that I was chasing the fake Yatagarasu after all? I don't know the answer to your question, but I don't think people can fly either. But this could be how that person escaped. Well, we'll need to investigate a bit more before we can say anything about that. In any case, let's not dawdle anymore and pick up our investigation where we left off. Let's start with the statue. So this is the real Primadux statue. This is really valuable, right? That's what they say.
Hold it!
Kay, you're not seriously considering the theft of this statue, are you? No way, Mr. Edgeworth. I wasn't thinking about anything like that. I was just calculating in my head how much the statue's worth. It sounds mighty suspicious to me. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. Two? There is a fireplace in relatively the same location as the Alabastian office. Does that mean it has the same fake back? However, we found something there that I'd rather not recall ever again. I still can't believe that we found that lady's undershirt in the fireplace. Huh? If it was that traumatizing, why don't you try creating new memories with this fireplace? You could climb inside and we can play hide and seek. And come out covered in soot. I think not. You really have no sense of fun, Mr. Edgeworth. Why aren't we checking for a false back? That's clearly how the killer escaped. It appears that this area was heavily damaged by the fire. Yeah, I guess we should hurry up and get started examining everything. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Like the Babbly's ink. There's a bottle of Babbly's ink on Mr. Cochin's desk. And it looks like there's still a lot of ink left inside. The seal is unbroken, so the fire probably couldn't get into the bottle to burn up the ink. Hey, Mr. Polino, it looks like your precious Babbly's ink is alright after all. What? That's odd. Ambassador, what do you mean by that? Well, it's just that there is something strange about the ink. Would you mind elaborating on that statement for me, please? Yeah, tell me about the ink. Now then, Ambassador, I'd like to ask about your movements before the fire broke out. Before the fire? Which fire are you talking about? Which one? There was more than one tonight? Huh? Oh, I see. I guess you didn't hear about it. We had 2 fires here at the Babbly's embassy tonight. What a bother all of that was. Wait, but the only fire we know about is the one after the Jammin' Ninja show. Ah, well, the first occurred at the start of the Jammin' Ninja show. Luckily, only the 4th and 5th floors of our embassy caught on fire. Like when this photo was taken. Not wanting to cause a panic amongst the theater goers, we decided to keep it internal. Then the fire after the Jammin' Ninja show was the second one of the night. Exactly. So the fire I witnessed was the second one. Come to think of it, didn't Detective Bad make reference to the first fire? Yes. When was this photo taken? Apparently right after the fires. On the 4th and 5th floors were put out. I suppose this means that the photo was taken just after the first fire was put out. Yeah, that's really important. So then, what was the extent of the damage in the second fire? The second fire was contained to this floor, the 3rd floor. I think it was leftover embers from the fire on the floors above it that caused it. That's, how should I put this? A very bad stroke of luck. My office on the 5th floor, Manny's office here, and Manny himself, all gone in the blink of an eye. I feel so sorry for you, Mr. Polino. Oops, look at me going on and on. Now then, what was it you wanted to ask again? We were discussing what your actions and whereabouts for today were, and if you happen to know what Mr. Cochin's actions and whereabouts were as well. Yes, very well. Let's see, I've been quite busy all day and from morning until now. First I woke up and then I brushed my teeth. After that I had a roll for breakfast. Fascinating. How about if you just skip to the relevant parts for me? Oh, you'd like a condensed version? Alright, I can do that for you. Let's talk about the ink first. I'm too intrigued about the ink. I wonder if you might tell me what you noticed about Mr. Cochin's bottle of ink. I just thought of it right now, but during the second fire, Manny was worried about his office, so he came rushing back to it. I called out to him, and when I received no reply, I used my spare key to open the door. When I did, I was greeted by roaring green flames. The flames were so big that I wasn't able to see into the room at all.
Hold it!
The fire was green. What was the cause? Well, wick crystal oil burns green when it's lit, as you can see by this lantern. And Babbly's ink is made from the same oil, which means it would also burn green. You know, I too had thought it was Manny's ink that had caught on fire, so that's why I was surprised to find out there was still a bottle of ink left on his desk. The case of the perplexing green flames, talk about a mystery. What exactly was it that caught on fire in here? Yeah. That is strange. So what did Mr. Cochin and you do this morning? Well, originally we were supposed to meet and shake hands with the Jammin' Ninja, but Manny and I wanted to turn it into a photo op, so we were here tidying up his office. You helped clean Mr. Cochin's office. Why were you not cleaning your own? Oh, I think I forgot to mention this, but my office is currently undergoing renovations. Which is why both the Primaduck statue and the Babbly's knife set are down here. I see. Oh, but the tidying didn't take much, really. We just burned some files we no longer needed and expired coupons in the fireplace. I bet cleaning up the fireplace must have been a real pain, though, huh? Ah, about that. I kind of forgot to clean the ashes out. I guess I'm up in a creek without Manny here to get angry at me. I thought the fireplace was, like, unused.
hold it!
An ambassador like yourself has been on the receiving end of his secretary's anger. Oh, he was very good at being very mad. Why, just this morning he got mad at me. I spilled some Babbly's ink onto the back wall when I was burning the files, you see. So that's the mystery of the green fire solved. And he got mad at me, saying that I should treat the ink with more respect. Talk about the boss getting bossed around. Well, I've connected the dots. That's about it for what we did this morning. Just some cleaning. Don't tell me you had no other work to do, being an ambassador and all. Now then, if you could tell me what you and Mr. Cochin did this afternoon. Well, Manny and I went down together to the Theatrum Neutralis. We had to be there for the start of the Steel Samurai stage show. After the show started, I went back to my office on the 5th floor alone. So they were together until the start of the Steel Samurai show, but isn't your office undergoing renovations? A little while later, after I had straightened myself up a bit, I returned to the theater, because I was to take part in the photo op on stage at the end of the show. There was a commemorative photo op at the end. It was a fantastic photo of the three of us, Ambassador Alba, the Steel Samurai, and myself. After the photo shoot, I went back to my office on the 5th floor to prepare for my handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja. He seems to be rather overworked for an ambassador. When I got to my office, that's when the first fire broke out and I escaped down the stairs. My office was completely destroyed, but thankfully no one was hurt. I admit I ran away from the first fire as fast as my legs could carry me, but during the second one, I pitched in and helped the embassy staff put it out. So you didn't see Mr. Cochin again after the start of the Steel Samurai show? Yes, that's right. The next time I saw him, he was lying there in an eternal sleep. I see. Ambassador Paleno, I thank you very much for your help. I'm sorry I couldn't be of more assistance, Mr. Edgeworth. If there is anything else, please don't hesitate to ask, alright? A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. Didn't ink get spilled? Or is that somewhere else? Onto the back wall. Do you just mean like here? Ambassador Paleno, what exactly used to be here? There used to be a stack of brand new pamphlets, but it looks like they were all burned up. I guess we'll just have to reprint them. But no matter how fast we reprint them, they always disappear so quickly. Is the Babbly's tourism industry really that hot right now? Of course! Although, recently the most popular vacation destination has been the Republic of Borginia. But we refuse to lose to them, so we've been hard at work promoting Babal. Interesting. Well, I've just recently returned from a trip to Borginia myself. Oh, and how did you like it? It was alright. I probably shouldn't bring up the fact that I was a suspect on the flight home. The national symbol of Babal is drawn here. There's nothing especially strange about it. Is it just me, or did the butterfly gain an antenna since we last saw it? Even if it did, would it really have any bearing on our case, Kay? You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. So where were you when you were investigating over there, Mr. Edgeworth? Ah, you can see it from here. I was there on the 5th floor. That's where Damask II was killed. What? You don't mean the Damask II? Aw, poor guy. As a fellow second-generation thief, I can't just turn a blind eye to this. Even though Damask II was merely an imposter of the original. Okay, let's take a more look at this desk. So I guess the embassy phones are just like normal phones, huh? Well, what did you imagine them to look like? I thought that Babals would look like a flower, and the receiver would be a butterfly. That way it'd look like the butterfly receiver was sucking nectar from the flower base. If any country had a flower phone, it would be Alabast, don't you think? Oh, then maybe the phone I envisioned would have been from when they were Cadopia. There's really no point in asking me about something that never existed in the first place. You know what you lack, Mr. Edgeworth? Curiosity and an imagination. Isn't that a good thing? I shouldn't have an imagination. as an investigator. It looks like a bunch of flyers with coupons attached to them. Baba sure gives away a lot of different coupons. Maybe I should create one of my own. I could call it the Great Thief Coupon. And what kind of discount would that net you? The 5-finger kind, what else? And I'd steal an extra thing or two for the bearer. Things such as? Such as the truth. What else would I steal? What I wouldn't give to have a mountain of your coupons right about now. Manny Cochin. His name is written here on this nameplate. Why would you put a nameplate with your name on it in your own office? I suppose it's to inform people in case they walked into the wrong room by mistake. Do you think maybe it's also there to remind you of your own name if you forget? Well, either way, it's never a bad thing to set a nameplate on one's desk. Okay, let's do some logic. I don't have the information for logic. The safe wasn't open at the time of the fire. You could tell because the inside wasn't burnt, right? Yes, and thanks to the safe's fire resistance, the smuggling evidence was preserved. Aren't safes great? They always hold the most wonderful promise of treasures within. Well, this one certainly did have a few inside. A grandfather clock. This one resembles the one in Alabast. Oh, that clock has been with us since back when we were still Canopia. That is one big clock! Hey, does this one have a bird that pops out like a cuckoo clock? I'm sorry, but no. Oh, but I'm sure you'll love its chime. Really? It's gonna be 11 soon, so maybe I'll get to hear it then. Is it that time already? Time sure flies by when I'm involved in an investigation. I mean, seriously, it's been like... Time progresses at like twice the rate it does in real life. Oh, it's not that late. The night's only just begun. Kay, it's not good for you to stay up late, you know. Yes, Gramps. It appears that Mr. Cochin's body has been taken in for an autopsy. The white outline is all that is left to tell the tale of his murder. Let me show this man some evidence. Ambassador Poleno, I was wondering if you might have some thoughts on this. I think that you would know more about the case than I. So let me make it up to you for not knowing anything about that with these coupons. Thank you, however, I feel I must decline. Why won't you just take the coupons, Edgeworth? Just take those coupons, jeez. I wish I could connect this testimony to the fireplace. That way I could check for ink. And if there is ink, then I know that the secret passage thing hasn't been used. But if there isn't ink there, then I know that the secret passage fireplace has been used. You know? That sort of thing. We still don't know where the blade of the Babyliss knife went. Could it be that the killer walked away with it? It looks like all the souvenirs suffered some damage from the fire. I just don't believe it. Murder on top of arson? What a disgrace to the name of the Yatagarasu. The fake Yatagarasu is guilty of much more than just theft, it seems. I know, because if it were me, my first priority would have been to loot this bookshelf. You would steal ordinary souvenirs that you can buy virtually anywhere. You can't buy them anywhere. Each one is specific to a location and has its own value. And items that have memories attached to them are the most valuable of all. But could you really rob someone of their valuable memories just like that? No, because even if I take the souvenir, I can't take the owner's memories. Yeah. That's kind of true. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. I spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of a musical mobile for babies. Yes, that's it. But they're nothing alike. They're totally alike. You spin those babies right round like a record. I see. I guess I can see how you might think that. Did she just make a song reference? Man, what is she, a child? Oh wait, yeah. It would appear that this desk also fell victim to the fire. But it doesn't look too damaged. Oh, I think we can rifle through this drawer a bit. I suppose we really should take a look. This clip is suspicious. This is a rather unusual shape for a notepad. The orders came from within? I suppose this must be another souvenir from somewhere. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Yes, yes it is. The orders to steal the statue. Kochin wanted to steal the real statue, didn't he?
Eureka!
The shape of this notepad matches the shape of this note we found. Hey, you're right. What is it? It looks like something straight out of Monument Valley. Ah, yes. That notepad is a souvenir from somewhere in your country. We've been collecting them for the purpose of studying them, you see. Yes, I do. You do seem to be quite passionate about it. Oh, would you like to see my souvenir collection? I'd love to show it to you. Are you sure they haven't been burnt to a crisp by the fires? Ambassador Paleno, I wonder if you might recognize the handwriting on this note. This looks like Manny's handwriting. I see. In that case. Oh, did you figure something out? This note was found in Alabast. Specifically, it was found being firmly grasped by the murdered Damask II. Damask II? Then this note... Yes, it was a request from Mr. Kochin for Damask II to steal the Primadux statue. What? Manny tried to steal Alabast's Primadux statue? We would know for sure if we could run a handwriting analysis. Ambassador, do you have any documents that were handwritten by Mr. Kochin? We do. We have a signature on page number 3. Yes, I can gather a few and give them to you. I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe later to run the analysis. I can't believe that Manny would even think of doing something like this. Do you have any idea as to why he would have requested the theft of the statue? There is one possibility, but mind you, it's just my personal speculation. Anything you can tell me would be of great help, Ambassador. I mean, I already know what he's gonna say. Oops, trying to talk to you. I believe that you said you might have an idea as to why Mr. Kochin hired Damask II. Actually, I fear it may be my fault. As I was telling you earlier, we were to determine which statue is the real one as a part of today's event. But because of the Yatagrasu and the fire here, that got cancelled, didn't it? I'm actually relieved the rest of the event has been cancelled. But you see, Babal's statue, well, it's just a replica. Did Mr. Kochin know about Babal's Primadux statue? Of course he knew. That's why he was the only person I could consult with. We'd have to do something once our statue was revealed as a replica. As to be expected, I was very nervous today as this would impact our country's authority. Yes, I understand. Well, when I told Manny my concerns, he said, let me handle it. It'll be alright. I'll find a way to make sure you're the ambassador of the reunited Kadopia. At the time, I thought he was just trying to cheer me up. But when I saw that note, I realized he was serious.
Hold it!
Mr. Kochin conducted a lot of business behind your back. I assume he did all that to ensure that you are the next Kadopian ambassador. But why was he trying so hard, I wonder? He was so much better at getting things done than I ever was or will be. I don't have an answer yet as to why he was trying so hard, but I suspect he had an ulterior motive in mind beyond just simple kindness. Oh, here you are, Mr. Edgeworth! Detective Gumshoe, have you collected the information that I requested? Yep, got it all right here, sir. Here you go, Kay. Feel free to take a look. It's for you, after all. What is all this, Gummy? It's all the information on this room that I got from the Embassy and Interpol people. Now we know exactly how this room was before and after the fire. Good work, Detective. Oh, we're gonna use Little Thief. Oh, it was nothing, sir. I'm an expert at getting people to talk. Wow, you two remind me so much of my father and Uncle Bad. What do you mean? As prosecutor and detective, your dynamic is just like theirs back in the day. Well, don't you worry. I'm gonna find my own wonderful partner someday. And when I do, I'm gonna become a good Yatagarasu just like my father, right?
Hold it!
Please don't ask me questions to which I have no answers to, Kay. However, I can say that it is truly a wonderful thing to find a partner you can trust. You bet! So what now, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yes? That gadget, Mr. Thief, is it? That thing you call your secret weapon, it's Little Thief. Oh, you mean Little Thief? You're coming to rely on it, aren't you?
Hold it!
I don't need a crutch like that. I'm only asking because I need it for the investigation. From the information Detective Gumshoe gathered and the Ambassador's testimony, I'd like you to please recreate this room as it was during the third floor fire. You got it! Alright, here we go. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares to take wing, one alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of the real modern-day Robin Hood. It seems there are other things besides what the Ambassador mentioned that have changed. It's possible that we might find the escape route the person Kay saw used as well. Whoa! What is this? Is this some sort of light show I wasn't told about? This is the power of a true vigilante. It's recreating the room with the info I inputted. Really? That certainly is one interesting device you have there, Miss Faraday. I believe it's about time we return to our investigation. I can walk right through the fire. I can't walk through the fire. These must have been the large green flames Ambassador Poleno saw. Flames like these, it's no wonder he couldn't get in. Kay, by the time you came into this room, had the fire already been put out? Yeah, the fire had died out or something by that time. And this fire in here only burned from the time the fire started on the third floor, until the Yatagarasu appeared and caused a stir in Babal, I suppose. I guess Mr. Poleno was just lucky enough to run into this fire as it was burning. Yes, you could put it that way. And since you were the first to discover the body, we can assume that no one else entered the room until that time. No one other than the person you were chasing, of course. I knew it. That person I saw was definitely up to no good. I mean, that person could even be Mr. Cochin's killer. That is very likely to be the case. After all, that person came into this room before you, and must have chosen this room precisely because they knew no one would be in here. Okay, then maybe the green fire was where it was to prevent anyone from coming in. But then, what did the person set on fire to make the green flames? Well, whatever it is the person burned, it made a rather sizable fire. And since the fire's green, well, we've seen something that burns green, right? It's a bit tinier than these flames, but you get what I mean? Yes, and I do believe that what you are thinking is exactly why these flames are green. Which fire-related piece of evidence burns the same color as these green flames? It is this silhouette lantern. The silhouette lantern. Its green flame comes from the white crystal oil it's burning. Yeah, that's the fire I was thinking of too. I love the green it gives off. I think we've now established that the green flames were caused by white crystal oil. Furthermore, we know that there is only one other thing made from white crystal oil. Oh, you mean that thing Mr. Poleno was mistaken about, right? Yes, precisely, as we found out earlier in our investigation. What? Oh, I don't get it. Can you fill me in, sir? Fine, I suppose. I'll explain it in a way that even you can understand. This is the thing made from white crystal oil that Ambassador Poleno was mistaken about.
Take that!
Babli's ink is made from white crystal oil. Oh, so it should burn the same color as the flames in the lantern, right? Yes, precisely. However, the green flames in this room were not from a bottle of Babli's ink. Because we found the ink Mr. Cochin used on his desk, right? Yes. However, we know that Mr. Cochin was smuggling the ink in massive quantities. Now what do you suppose he made using all that ink? I believe what he made with that ink is the answer to what gave birth to the green flames. That does make sense. Oh yeah, I'm beginning to really feel the energy coming from you, Mr. Edgeworth. It's fake money. It would appear that I finally found it. The smuggling ring's real goal. Made of Babli's ink, this is the source of the green flames. Counterfeit money.
Take that!
What would consume that great a volume of ink to make? That would be the counterfeit bills that the smuggling ring made and are circulating in Zhang Fa. You're kidding! You're saying that it was Mr. Cochin who made the counterfeit bills? I am. I believe you could even go so far as to say that he stole Babal's printing press. Ambassador, Mr. Cochin had permission to freely use the printing press, correct? Why, yes, and I do remember seeing him use it in the middle of the night. But never did I think he was using it for such a foul deed. Ambassador, because of your secretary's crimes, you will need to be investigated as well. Yes, I suppose so. We've caused quite a bit of trouble for a few countries, haven't we? It's my duty to search all who shielded Mr. Cochin and concealed his crime, for they are the ones who started the fire in order to destroy the evidence. This grandfather clock. It was apparently in a different position before the fire. Yeah, I know that. According to staff members, the clock was flush against the wall before the fire, sir. Which means that most likely it was moved by someone during the fire. Speaking of which, it's totally 11 o'clock now, but I don't hear any chiming. Huh? That's odd. It was still chiming right on the dot of every hour this morning. Maybe the fire damaged its internal mechanisms or something. Ambassador Paleno, may we take a look inside this clock? Sure, go right on ahead. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please inspect the insides of this clock. Yes, sir! Oh, I'm on it! Mr. Edgeworth, I found this inside, sir! It looks like a length of wire. So this is what caused the clock to stop chiming. But what was the long length of wire doing inside this clock in the first place? It's probably a fuse, used to set the fire remotely. Huh. Why would someone do this to such a valuable clock? It sounds like it wasn't Mr. Paleno that put the wire in there. Then perhaps it was Mr. Cochin's killer who did. It is weird. It looks like one of the Babbly's knives was already missing before the fire began. So it would seem, especially since the other two knives' handles were burned away. The remaining handle was swapped out with the handle from the real murder weapon. And Babal's national treasure was stolen. Poor Babal, don't you think? I'm not sure I would lump the replica statue in with the rest of Babal's woes. It's the charred remains of a fallen ceiling fan. Oh, I've seen a few of these before. They spin around and around and play music. I believe you're thinking of the musical mobile. We've had this conversation before. The curtain is different, or it's burned up. So, Babal is really into pushing their tourism industry, huh? Yes, it would appear that way. You know, I'd really love to take a trip. Hey, why don't we take one after this case? Do you already have a destination in mind? Well, ideally I'd like to go someplace where I can continue my thief training. Well, if you want to learn the fine art of stealth, perhaps you should visit the studio where they make the Jamma Ninja TV show. Hey, that's actually a really great idea, Mr. Edgeworth. I can't believe she took me seriously. A fireplace, huh? So Babal's offices have them too. Two? Oh, come on, we already had this conversation too. I'm curious about the difference, though. Let's look at the chair then. It looks like a very comfortable chair. Well, it doesn't look all that broken, so why don't you try sitting in it? No, I'd better not. It's very important that we preserve the crime scene at all times. Wait, but you're always touching all sorts of things at crime scenes. That's because I am a prosecutor, and it's part of my job to examine things. And my job is to be a great thief, which is exactly why you are not allowed to touch anything. You can see the Alabastian embassy through this window. We've had this conversation too. We've said all this before. I did gain quite a bit of evidence, though. Like, a lot. A piece of cord is very strange. And then we also found out that the bills were all burned up here. But I wonder how that's relevant. Detective, you took part in the initial Babal investigation, correct? Yep, sure did. I also helped put out both fires, sir. But that first fire took me by surprise. I had a tough time escaping the 5th floor. First I tried the elevator, but I guess someone else had the same idea because it was in use. If I hadn't remembered to use the stairs at that point, I'd have been burnt to a crisp. The elevator was in use. Wait, that's odd. We always warn our staff that in the case of a fire, it's dangerous to use the elevator. Oh? Maybe someone wrote it in a fit of panic. Detective, did you see the Yatagarasu that came into the Babyliss embassy at all? I didn't personally, and the other staff members told me they never got a good look at the person either, sir. I wonder if you could tell me a bit more about what you discovered, Detective. The second fire broke out around the time the Yatagarasu was spotted in Alabast. That's also when a suspicious person was spotted in Babal, which caused some panic. So no one was able to get a good look at the Yatagarasu that entered Babal. Yeah, all they saw was a mysterious person wearing a long coat. But that's not enough to make a positive ID, you know? Still, it was enough to make the people who received the calling card panic even more. A person in a long coat. Sounds like the exact same person I saw. The Yatagarasu that appeared in Alabast was proven to be just a fabrication, a shadow. In light of that fact, the Yatagarasu that appeared in Babal is also suspect. You can't be serious! Not when we're this close to capturing the fake. I mean, Callisto you. So the Yatagarasu appeared, caused mass confusion, killed Mr. Kochin, then disappeared. By the way, Detective, why did you not chase after the Yatagarasu? I did, but well, this embassy is huge, sir. I got separated from the other staff members I was with, and was lost for a while there. You didn't even memorize the layout of the building you were to guard, Detective. Yeah, I'll be sure to do that from now on, sir. But you know, it was thanks to me being lost that I was able to come to Kay's rescue. Oh, is that a fact? Yeah, it was when I was lost and wandering around in the 3rd floor hallway, sir. When I heard a scream, I headed towards it right away. Oh, that's probably from when I found Mr. Kochin's body. Yeah, I thought it sounded like her, so I got real worried and ran as fast as I could. It was thanks to Gummy that Miss Sheena wasn't able to take me away. He covered for me until you got here, Mr. Edgeworth. Oh, I see. So he can be useful once in a blue moon. Still, it's too bad that Agent Sheena got here before I did. I wonder where Agent Sheena was before you found her here. That is weird. Where did she come from? Well, just before I got to this room, I saw her coming out of the room next door. She's the Yatagarasu that we saw. Because of the fire. The fireplace. She went into this room as the Yatagarasu, the mysterious person in the long coat. And she went through the false exit in the fire. I've got her now, dead to rights. Does that mean she really is Callisto you? Did I call it? Have I called the twist? Well, she apparently helped in putting out the first fire. Then during the second fire, I heard she was busy chasing the Yatagarasu. She seems to be a very dedicated agent. You would do well to learn from her. Why are you pointing at me when you say that, sir? We've examined everything in this office, but there is one thing that bothers me. Perhaps I should ask Ambassador Poleno about it. Ambassador Poleno, there is something I'd like to ask you about. Yes. About this office, it appears to me to be very similar to Ambassador Alba's office. For example, the location of the fireplace and the position of the grandfather clock. Oh, that's right. You've also paid a visit to the Alabastian side of the embassy. Our 2 embassies actually used to be one. Yes, I know. Even the pamphlet mentioned that. Which is why the building is bilaterally symmetrical. Perfect. So no matter which room, the location of the fireplace and the like are exactly the same. Even where the art is located is the same. As my room is currently under renovation, we worked hard to make Manny's room look like the ambassador's office. You mean for your handshake photo op with the Jammin' Ninja? Yes, that's right. I mean, what's a photo like that worth if it's not taken in the ambassador's office, right? Yet another odd expression of Babal's obsessively competitive spirit with Alabast, I take it. Thank you, Ambassador. That piece of information is all I needed to connect the dots. Yes! I know who it is now! Connect what dots? Well, anyway, I'm glad I was able to be of some help. Let's connect. Let's connect. Connect the fireplace by arrow symmetry. Connect. The Alabastian and Babyliss side of the buildings are symmetrical to each other. As we know that to be a fact, then this room's fireplace may also hide a secret passageway. A secret passageway? In Alabast, the fireplace turned out to have a revolving back wall. A revolving wall? It sounds like something out of a ninja house. Wow, there was a trick like that built into the fireplace, sir. What? This embassy holds that kind of secret. There seems to be a lot about this room that you don't know about, Ambassador. I guess it's time to pay the bill for letting Manny do so much work for me. Please, I really want to know about the real Manny and what you know about this room. What are you waiting for, Mr. Edgeworth? Let's get to the bottom of this. Agreed. And my first thought is that it's likely the killer used a revolving fireplace. Looks like just another fireplace though, doesn't it? So how do you turn it again? It has the X too. In Alabast, I had to push where the X was on the far wall of the fireplace. Oh, I see an X back there, sir. Let's see what happens when I push it. Ah, you scared me, sir. There is something about this fireplace that lies in contradiction to the facts. It's mirrored. Huh, but we found an X where you thought there'd be one, right? We did, but that's not what I was referring to. Something is missing from this scene. What does this contradiction mean for us? Okay, give me a minute. I can't connect it yet! Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. Fine, I'll deduce first. If we push this X mark, the fireplace wall should turn. A revolving fireplace wall! That's neat, sir! We should hurry up and—
Hold it!
Wait, Detective. There's something we need to examine about this first. Besides which, there is also something I'd like to test. Like what, sir? I'll tell you later, Detective. For now, let's continue with the investigation. Okay, I know exactly what to deduce. Is the spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold? Ink was spilled on the back wall, according to Mr. Polano's testimony, and ashes were left. But this fireplace has no ashes at all, which I've been trying to present for ages.
Eureka!
Ambassador Polano, you said that you burned some old files in this fireplace today, correct? Yes, I burned quite a few files this morning, actually. And after you did, you forgot to clean out the ashes from the fireplace, correct? That's right, but why are you asking? And why are you making such a scary face? I'm sorry, I admit I'm a bit intimidating when I'm serious. In any case, take a good look at this fireplace and tell me what you find odd about it. Let's see. Huh? Where did all the ashes go? What is the meaning of this, Mr. Edgeworth? Okay, now I can connect logic. You don't really think that Ambassador Polano is lying, do you? No, there is no reason for him to lie. And I don't believe his testimony is wrong, either. It is the fireplace that is causing the contradiction. Okay, I wonder if you might update the fireplace data for me. You got it! I'll add in the ashes from the burnt files and— Sounds like we've pretty much figured everything out now, huh? Well, it was nothing. All I did was follow where our leads led us. Oh, I sense it coming on! You're about to dazzle us again, right? Oh, you mean that? Well, it's what Mr. Edgeworth is known for. There really is no need for you two to dance around the name of what I'm about to do. It's logic. With pure facts and logic, this proves that the fireplace thingy was used. The reason as to why the ashes are missing is simple. It's not because someone cleaned them up, right? No, because even if someone did sweep them up, the fireplace is too clean for that. Ambassador Polano said that he spilled some Babyliss ink while he was burning the files. And yet, there was not a trace of the spilled ink on the back wall anywhere. Well then, I don't know what happened. Well, I'll tell you what happened. The two sides were switched. By using the revolving fireplace wall, the ashes were moved into the neighboring room, which means that this is a clear indication that the fireplace was used. Then, you mean, the person I was chasing disappeared from this room through there? Yes, and I know who it was! Yes, I believe the person you were in pursuit of is Mr. Cochin's killer. and after committing the murder, escaped through the fireplace. And we know who that is now! I cannot believe Sheena's a killer! Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, you figured out the killer's escape route. I have, but this is only the beginning. Now we have to chase the killer down. Let's connect it! If the killer used the fireplace in this room to escape into the next, then it's only logical for us to talk with the person who was in the neighboring room. Well, the person that was in the next room was... Oh, it was that person, sir! Yes, Detective, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Killer Sheena? Former Callisto U Sheena, maybe? Is that too presumptuous? That might be a little too presumptuous. But Killer Sheena for sure. It's looking more and more like Miss Sheena is the killer, isn't it? Let's not jump to conclusions yet. We need to go through what we know so far. She came running straight into this room from the next one and instantly accused you. Furthermore, she claimed that it could only have been you that killed Mr. Kochin. I don't have any proof yet, however I know she is hiding something from us. Okay then, why don't we go ask Miss Sheena herself? But we also know that there's an accomplice. No, not yet. There's something that needs to be done first. Detective Gumshoe. Here's the thing, Miss Sheena is one of the only people who could go to both Alabast and Babal without any problems. And the other people are the ambassadors. So what does that mean? And I guess the third is the Steel Samurai. But that's Larry, and Larry's too stupid to murder anyone. But like, didn't Larry take a photo in this room? And the other room? Sir, is it my turn to do something, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, I have a two-part special assignment for you. First, I need you to run a handwriting analysis on Damas II's note. Okay, I'll get the lab boys on that right away. Second, I want you to see if you can fit through the revolving fireplace wall. Right now, sir! No, next decade. Of course now! We need to test our hypothesis first, don't we? Go on, Gummy, you can do it. He's huge, though. He's not gonna fit. Alright, I'm gonna do this like a real man. Here I go, through the fireplace and back. You shouldn't need to psych yourself up that much for such a simple task, Detective. Wow, the wall inside the fireplace really did turn. That's so neat. I want to try going through there too. Is that a coupon? And there's the proof of the ink. There really is a secret passageway through there. I had no idea. It would appear that the ash really was pushed into the other room. Furthermore, the Babbly's ink you spilled, Ambassador, is there on the back wall. Okay, here I go, sir. Detective, I'd like you to go through here under the same conditions as the killer. Huh? But there's all that ash and stuff. And your point is? Now we're short on time, so if you could please hurry on through. Yes, sir. Okay, so now we pretty much have the whole picture, right? No, not yet. There remains a few more mysteries to solve, such as the Yatagarasu's whereabouts, the other smuggling ring members, the two weapons that made it across the border, the key Miss Yu stole 7 years ago. Oh my god. In fact, we haven't figured out a thing regarding how Miss Yu is related to these embassies. I have a suspicion these two people look decently similar. If she wore red contacts and makeup and a wig, she is Sheena. Their face shape is exactly the same. It's possible. We'll see. Mr. Edgeworth, a number of pieces connect in a very complicated way in this case. It's almost enough to make one completely mentally exhausted. What are you saying, Mr. Edgeworth? I thought you were the one who said that it's easy if you follow the leads. Was that supposed to be an impression of me, Miss K? If it's info gathering you need, Gummy and I can help with that. Then all you'd have to do is show off your fancy schmancy logical deductions. Show off? Does it seem like I'm being boastful when I do that? Yes, very much so, Mr. Edgeworth. Let's not overcomplicate matters, okay, Mr. Edgeworth? We've been so focused like a laser on only what seems strange and out of place. It's no wonder nothing's clicked and we haven't unlocked anything yet. But if we think things through calmly, the answer should come to us. K. That's the sort of thing I say to myself when I'm practicing how to unlock padlocks, you know? That is something that I hope practice doesn't make perfect for your sake. Yay! Looks like you're back to your straight-laced self again. Oh my god. Can't talk. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back, sir. Yes, I can see that. Good work, detective. Man, he really could fit. Looks like you could use that fireplace like a door, sir. Are you alright, Gummy? I'm okay. It's just a bit of ash and dust, that's all. Your jacket has gotten quite filthy. I see the hem has practically turned black. Which wouldn't matter for Sheena because her coat is already black. Yeah, well, quite a bit of the unburned ink got on it, sir. I see. Thank you, detective. You did a fine job. I'll even pay the cleaning bill for your trench coat. What? Oh, no, sir. I could never. It's just my old coat, sir. If it was a coat I actually care about, then I'd get it cleaned, but you know. I see. Very well, then, as you wish. I'll pay for the cleaning anyway, Edgeworth. Come on, be a good guy. So because Gummy was able to climb through the fireplace, we know it can be used, right? Yes, but that's not all we learned. We actually learned one other important fact. The killer's coat is sullied with ink. And that is? I will have to explain it to you later. Right now, we need to deal with the handwriting analysis. Detective Gumshoe. But yes, sir, I'll be back before you know it. The handwriting analysis on Mr. Cochin's handwriting will take a bit of time. I'll just go and wait in the Theatrum Neutralis, along with Agent Lang and Agent Sheena. Yes, I can't wait to point the finger at Sheena. And I'm still going to assume that my suspicion that Sheena is Callisto U is accurate. I'm gonna run with that. Oh, this is a lot of people. Oh god. Agent Lang. Lang Ji says, little cubs, never do they know the real fury of the Elder's wolves. These quotes are definitely becoming increasingly difficult to decipher. Yeah, but who starts a conversation like that? I just sat down. And what does that mean? It means that you'll never really know how angry I can get. Mr. Prosecutor, a counterfeit bills made with Babyliss ink. They were all of Zhang Fa denominations. Yes, so I heard from Miss Von Karma. But we don't know where the play money has gone. They must not have figured out that it was all burned yet. Ever since those things showed up in circulation, my country's economy has taken a big hit. Zhang Fa is in financial chaos as we speak. Because we can't tell the difference between our own bills and the fakes. Well, just adopt them into your economy for now. But it's not just the money. The citizens are also worried. I've staked the honor of the House of Lang on this, and I've come to this land to capture the mastermind behind this whole mess. I investigated how the bills were made and how the ink was smuggled into Zhang Fa, and I pursued the smuggling ring all the way here. But tonight, this is where the final chapter was written. Despite my frantic efforts to chase the smuggler down, someone got to him first. And now I'm called to return home without a single answer. Agent Lang, Don't start. It's not your fault. It's not anyone's fault, Mr. Prosecutor. Ambassador Alba, I'm so sorry for all the trouble tonight.
Oh, no. It is I who should apologize. It was all because I was not strong enough. If only I was able to think of a better solution. Quercus, you fool! Curse your empty brain!
You're being too hard on yourself, Ambassador. Is his name Quercus Alba? Yes, he's 72! This man is old! I think he's the oldest witness we've ever seen. Except maybe Old Bag is older, but I doubt it. This guy is old! I take full responsibility for tonight. End of story. Sheena, let's go. Time to return to our den. Yes. I don't like to admit it, but there's not much else for us to do but go home as well. Agent Lang, a moment if you... You, Wolfman and the security lady! Hold it! Objection, pal! Detective Gumshoe, have you gotten the results of the handwriting analysis already? Yep, and that note was definitely written by Mr. Cochin, sir. Just as I thought. Good work, detective. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. How long do you intend to hold us up for? Sorry to have made you wait, but I believe that now everyone is finally here. Agent Sheena, I'd like to ask you something if you don't mind. Yes? How exactly did you fail to see the Yatagarasu when you were in the neighboring room to where Mr. Kochum was killed? I'd like you to explain that to us. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, what are you doing asking her about something she didn't see? Agent Lang hasn't touched the Babal investigation at all, so I suppose I will need to explain a few things to him first. Miles Edgeworth, I can't even begin to imagine what's going on in that head of yours. The only thing going on in my head is the pursuit of the truth. Oh, it sounds like you have some sort of plan. Very well, I'll supervise you until the end. Is she seriously going to treat me as a subordinate for the rest of the day? You're not trying to pick a fight with my subordinate on some flimsy guess, are you? I'm not trying to pick a fight, and the evidence is hardly flimsy, as you will see. Things are intense now. Ha! I should have known. Uh-oh, he's gonna hate me again. That you and I are destined to fight it out to the very end. Things are about to get very tense and I'm nervous. It would appear that way. Well, I'll prove her innocence, so let's see what you've got, Mr. Edgeworth. Dude, she looks the same as Callisto Yu. I'm just saying. She looks almost identical. It's funny, the situation is flipped from me defending Kei to him defending Sheena. With pleasure. I'm nervous. For my opening argument, I'll discuss the Yatagarasu that appeared in the ball, and establish exactly who it was that Kei saw. Agent Lang, I assume you've been briefed on Kei's testimony? You mean the suspicious person in a coat that she saw? That's right. That person is one of the keys to solving this case. The person who pretended to be the Yatagarasu. Pretended? And what do you mean by that? I don't think there's pretending at all. I'm pretty sure Sheena is Callisto Yu. I might be wrong. I might be completely wrong, but I'm suspicious. I'll get to that in a second. First, I want to review what Kei's mystery person did. Kei, if you could please explain for us what the person you were chasing did. Okay, you got it. I first spotted the suspicious person near the open-air stage on the Babel East side. I called out to the person, but as soon as I did, that person ran off. I thought it was rather suspicious, so I immediately gave chase. For the sake of argument, let's call the suspicious person the Yatagarasu. Now, please tell us what happened when you chased the Yatagarasu up to the 3rd floor. Can do! I chased the Yatagarasu all the way up to the 3rd floor at the Babelese embassy. It was a pretty straight chase down the hallway until the sudden turn. The Yatagarasu disappeared around the corner, so I did my best to catch up. When I turned the corner, I saw the Yatagarasu run into Mr. Kochun's office. I gave chase and ran into the room. But when I entered the room, it was pitch black. I couldn't see a thing. I felt something on the ground next to my foot, so I turned on the light, but then... Ah! Who's there? By the time I had turned on the lights, the Yatagarasu had disappeared. When Kei entered the room, the person she was chasing was already gone. Why do you suppose that was, Agent Lang? What do you mean, why do you suppose? Isn't it obvious? The person slipped out through the door behind the girl under the cover of darkness. Actually, that's a reasonable assumption. I know it's not true, but it's a reasonable assumption. Sorry, but I know for a fact that the person didn't escape through that door. Oh? And how do you know that with such certainty? It's because they would have been seen by Sheena. That's easy. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person. Gumshoe or Sheena, both. But we'll go with Gumshoe. This is who the suspicious person would have run into. Okay, it's gonna be Sheena. Huh? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, are you sure you're not losing it? They were both there, come on. I haven't lost anything, and certainly not my mind. Maybe not, but you definitely have the wrong person. Or maybe you're just terrible not only with logic, but names as well. You didn't need to add insult to injury. Think, Miles. Recall the circumstances around Kei's near arrest. Okay, fine, it was Sheena. Fine. was someone right next to Mr. Kojin's office investigating at the time. If the Yatagarasu had left through that door, they would have run right into this person.
Take that!
Fine. Your answer is Shina? Yes, because let's consider what would have happened if the Yatagarasu had used the door. When Kei screamed upon discovering Mr. Kojin's body, the Yatagarasu would have run right into Agent Shina, who was in the next room over. Agent Shina, would you mind telling us if you saw the suspicious person in question? No, I didn't see anyone. You see, therefore the Yatagarasu could not have escaped through the... It just means that the creep slipped out before Shina made it out into the hallway. I doubt that, as there was another person in that hallway, a certain detective. That's why I was presenting them. Detective Gumshoe, where were you exactly at that time? Me, sir. Well, when I heard Kei scream, I ran towards Mr. Kojin's office from the opposite direction of Agent Shina, sir. So, Agent Lang, can you explain how someone could have eluded both of them? Even you must concede that under these circumstances, the door was not a viable route. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. You nailed him with just an explanation of what happened. Yes, I've eliminated one of the possible escape routes from that room. But this is far from over. I need to make Agent Lang aware as well of yet another possible escape route that the Yatagarasu could have taken. I get it. So that's what you were trying to show me. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, let me guess. This is what you're trying to say, right? Because the door was not a viable escape route, then there must have been another way out. Precisely. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to bust out with our revolving fireplace wall explanation, right? No, not quite yet. Huh? But why? I thought this would be the perfect time. The revolving wall on the Babel East side is known only to 4 people. And if we use this information unwisely, the truth may escape us in the end. What's with all the whispering over there? Scared I'll figure out your tactics? Nothing of the sort, Agent Lang. Come, let's continue where we left off. That smug, haughty attitude of yours, you really rubbed me the wrong way, you know that? Well, no matter. I figured you out already, anyway. The only other possible escape route besides the door is the room's lone window. And since an eerie picture of said escape route exists... Are you saying that this photo captures the moment of the Yatagarasu's escape? No. I guess Detective Bad must have filled him in on this photo. I have to admit that at first I thought the window to be a possible escape route as well. It's on the 3rd floor! However, I now know that to be impossible. I now know that because... 1, because it was the first fire, it's the wrong time. And second, this fountain water level was too low to catch anyone's fall. Now, I realize you may not know this, but... humans can't fly. Of course I know that. That's bloody common sense. Besides, I never said I thought that photo to be of the Yatagarasu's escape route. I suppose not. Alright then, explain yourself. The shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu that Kei was chasing after. You can say whatever you'd like in whatever language you want. But there's only one language I really understand. The language of evidence. Very well then. I present to you proof that the person Kei saw is not the same as the one in this photo. The photo? Because it was taken after the fire on the 4th and 5th floors. Wrong time. Let me explain to you precisely why the shadow in this photo is not the Yatagarasu Kei saw. Kei spotted the Yatagarasu heading up for the 3rd floor during the 2nd fire. However, the photo in question was taken just after the 1st fire. No! Yeah, way to go. That's twice you've bit him in the butt now. We're not done yet. You still have to explain what that shadow is. And how the Yatagarasu escaped. I don't suppose you can answer both, can you? Okay, I'm pretty sure it's this statue. And I'm also pretty sure that that's what this pic is from. I don't know what specifically, what part specifically it's from, but I'm pretty sure they threw the statue out the window across. Regarding the photo, I admit that we don't understand what it means quite yet. As I thought. However, the Yatagarasu's escape route Now that I can answer. You can? Well then, Mr. Prosecutor, go on, enlighten me. Even if I explain it, you'll try to find some flaw with what I have to say. You were busy heading up the Alabastian investigation, correct? In that case, I doubt you'd have much knowledge about the Babyliss side of the case. So wouldn't it be best if the lead on that side, Agent Sheena, explained in my stead? Sheena is my subordinate. If I don't stick up for her, how can I look her in the eyes and call myself her boss? Ooh, she's taken a personal slight, hasn't she? Lang, it's alright. I can take care of him. Sheena. You've shielded me a lot as my boss. But it's time for me to prove my worth. She's got that same smile. Look at that smile. That is a Callisto U smile right there. This is her. Alright, if you're okay with it, then you have my support. Finally, it's down to just Agent Sheena and myself. This is where the battle really begins. Now then, what is it you'd like to ask? Let's see. Why don't we start with your movement inside the Babyliss embassy? During the first Babyliss fire, I insisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. That's where I present. To be honest, I'm actually very skeptical that the girl's Yatagarasu even exists. And that is all I have to say. But I'm not lying when I say I saw the suspicious person run into Mr. Kojin's office. Like I said earlier, I have no intention of retracting my testimony. Good. Just to confirm, did you have a partner when you were on your investigation? No, I moved alone. In that case, you have no one to corroborate your alibi. Is that correct? Are you calling her suspicious because she was in a room by herself? How pathetic. And it wasn't when Agent Sheena tried to arrest Kay under the same rationale? Oh! And how about when you accused Larry because he was the weapon's owner? Not that it's unexpected for that useless lump to get into such a situation. Although I suppose it's never a good idea to let mistakes go uncorrected. I'll make no excuse for what I did in that situation. And you should apologize right now for making Kay out to be the killer, pal. I'm sorry. Sheena, apologize. I'm sorry. It's really okay. I mean, I'm not under suspicion anymore. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Well, I never doubted you. Not for 1 second. And the same goes for me. I believe in Sheena. Ooh, this is awkward. This is gonna be awkward for him. He hates prosecutors, and yet I'm the one who's gonna prove that his assistant, who he has full trust in, is going to be guilty. Then let's put that to the test and see if she really is worthy of your trust. This promises to be interesting. During the first Babyliss fire, I assisted in putting out the fire. During the second fire, I was searching for the Yatagarasu that had appeared in Babal. While I was searching, I heard a scream coming from the next room over. Although I was in the next room, I was unable to catch a glimpse of the Yatagarasu. Objection, dumbass.
Objection!
Being in the room next to Mr. Kojin's office is the problem with your testimony.
Knuckle back!
Mr. Prosecutor, I don't see what problem you're talking about at all. Agent Lang, do you recall the secret we discovered about the Alabastian office fireplace? Huh? Oh, you mean how it connects the office with the room next door? What about it? Well, Alabasta isn't the only country with secret connecting fireplaces. What? The fireplace in Mr. Kojin's office holds the exact same secret. What? The Yatagarasu didn't escape through the door to the room or the window. The escape route was through the revolving fireplace wall and into the next room over. Now do you see? If the Yatagarasu had escaped into the next room, then the thief would have run straight into Agent Sheena. meaning that it's impossible for her to have missed the Yatagarasu. What is the meaning of this, Miles? Ooh, everyone's flustered. Well, would you care to explain, Agent Shina? How you managed to completely miss the fleeing Yatagarasu, or shall I? Oh, I'm nervous. I'm scared. Your claim that you were in the next room was a lie all along, wasn't it? The truth is, you were the one Kay saw in the coat. Pretending to be the Yatagarasu, and you were the one she chased after. As you tried to lose her, you ran into Mr. Kochin's office and headed for the fireplace. Then you shed your coat in the next room, leaving it there to emerge as Agent Shina. After that, you came back around to place Kay under arrest. Does that sound about right? If not, then speak now or forever hold your peace. How dare you make Kay look like the bad guy when you're the suspicious one, pal? Uh-oh. She's about to do the thing where she laughs. She's about to do the Callisto U thing. He recognizes Shina? Oh, he's on the other side now because he doesn't believe his assistant anymore. I knew it! I knew they were the same! I knew it was you, Callisto U! That laugh. They're the one and the same. I called it! I remember this irritating laugh. I'm getting chills down my spine. Gumshoe, arrest this woman. Right now, before she has a chance to pull a gun on us, please. It can't be, but it has to be. Shina, what's wrong with you? I'm sorry. It was just so funny that I couldn't help but laugh. Funny, you say? Yes, that you would accuse me of being Yatagarasu. The prosecutors of this country really are also very strange. Do you think you can get away with this by simply laughing it off? You think I'm taking things too lightly? I think not. It's the prosecutor who is. Look, everything you said earlier is nothing more than mere speculation. Gumshoe, arrest this woman! The Yatagarasu fled through the fireplace. Do you have any proof to back up your claim? If you don't, then you haven't proven a thing regarding the Yatagarasu's escape route. Well, as it so happens, do you happen to have any ink on any of your clothes? It happens to be black, so it wouldn't appear, but the tone of voice you're taking with me now has certainly changed. That's because it's been a while since I've had this much fun. I think I'll let loose, and then we can have a real battle of wits. For an agent of Interpol to show me the true power of her mind, it is a great honor. He's pretending he doesn't know! Don't underestimate me. I'm not some foolish broad, you know. I know, and that is why I won't hold anything back either as I answer your question. My question? Here is your proof that the revolving fireplace wall in the ball was used recently.
Take that!
I'm sorry, but is this really your honest answer to my question? Yes, according to Ambassador Paleno's testimony. He said that he was burning some documents in the fireplace with Mr. Kochin. Oh? Dude, the way she's talking now is giving me chills. It's her, and we need to arrest her before she could do the same thing she did last time. And also the time before that in my original office. The ashes of what they burned were left in the fireplace, so they shouldn't have been there. Or should have been there. However, when we went to investigate the room, the ashes weren't there. Why is that a problem? Maybe someone cleaned them up.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Ambassador Paleno said he forgot to. And so the question remains, why were the ashes missing? The answer is simple. When the Yatagarasu went through the fireplace wall, the ashes were pushed into the next room by the wall as well. The movement of the ashes that were in Mr. Kochin's office is my proof. I can't do that much laughing without it sounding deranged. And just what is so funny? Ashes proof? Are you even allowed to submit such flaky evidence in court? It's not the ash in the fireplace, it's the ash on your coat. You still wish to fight us. It is crazy to me that everyone is keeping quiet about the fact that they know she's Callisto U. Everyone has collectively agreed that if they tell her that we know, she'll just pull a gun on us. Of course, why wouldn't I? In that case, let's hear your counter-argument. My counter-argument, huh? This really is just like being in court. You would know! Well, to me, we're simply continuing from where we left off all those years ago. He said it! I have no idea what you're talking about, and she's gonna deny it! I know it's you! It doesn't matter if we're at a crime scene or in court, let's finish this here and now. Take her DNA! I suppose. I've had a lot of fun today, but I grow weary of this game of cat and mouse. We should take her DNA and compare it to Callisto U's. We don't have any of Callisto U's DNA, though, do we? Other than fingerprints. But I don't think we actually have fingerprints. Dang. We gotta prove this. Let's make this the last testimony and wrap up this absurd case once and for all. I agree. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used a fireplace now, can you? So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence. Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. We found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. Not a single suspicious thing. And there you have it, my counter-argument. Is that really true? There is something suspicious. The wire. What does that mean? It's so strange. Ugh. It's very impressive. She's seen through to the fact that I have yet to gather that one piece of evidence. What is it, Kay? I haven't heard a peep out of you in quite a while now. If you don't think you can handle it, feel free to leave the rest of it to us. But Kay, pull yourself together. You are the true heir to the Yatagarasu name, are you not? If you want to steal the truth, then you must never take your eyes off of it. This chase you're running to catch the truth. You must see it through to the very end. Mr. Edgeworth? You're right. I will see this through to the end. So, you go get her for me, Mr. Edgeworth. With pleasure. Looks like a lack of evidence has left you wide open, doesn't it? Sheena, please, show me you're someone I can trust. Don't worry, this will be the deciding match. You'll see. I'm truly sorry, Agent Lang, but I simply can't allow her to escape me again. Very well, Agent Sheena. Shall we begin? I'm ready whenever you are. She's dropped all pretenses of trying to hide her identity. This is crazy. Okay, let's start with pressing. In my eyes, all you've proved is that the rotating fireplace wall was used.
Hold it!
It sounds to me like you're saying my explanation is not good enough. Well, I was able to go through the revolving door myself, so that should be proof enough even for you, pal. Huh, looks like you don't quite understand. But by your looks, I can guess that you're not all that learned. Yeah, talk about rude. You should watch what you say, pal. Sadly, I can't say I disagree with her on that one. But you know what I mean, right? You may have proven that the fireplace was used. But you can't really call that proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace now, can you?
Hold it!
So you want proof that the Yatagarasu was the one who used the fireplace? That's right. Well, do you have any? Can you prove that it wasn't the Yatagarasu who used the fireplace? I don't need to prove anything to you. Objection!
Hold it!
Okay, if you could please not steal my line. Sorry, but I just couldn't hold it in anymore. Well, don't fret and leave her to me. All you have to do is sit back and watch. You may seem to have some wiggle room, but without any evidence, it's meaningless. So then, who was it that used the rotating wall? Show me your answer with real evidence.
Hold it!
This is where I'm gonna have to present. It's possible that the Yatagarasu left fingerprints inside the fireplace. Sorry, but I had the forensic team check that already. All they found were prints belonging to Ambassador Poleno and Mr. Coachman. Curses. Yet she wears gloves. She's wearing gloves right now. But there must be some sort of evidence that we have still yet to find. I take it you have no further objections? Remember, we've already finished our very thorough investigation. So Interpol has finished examining the entire Babyliss embassy. Yes, the investigators who weren't allowed into Alabast were incredibly helpful. They all put in great efforts to search for any Oh my god. They all put in great efforts to search for any sign of the Yatagarasu. And yet, despite all that effort, it appears that they failed to notice the lack of ash in the office fireplace. Furthermore, you were the one who inspected the room next to Mr. Cochin's, correct? I didn't notice the ash in the fireplace of that room, and for that I am sorry. You don't need to apologize, Sheena. As your boss, your mistakes are my mistakes. So allow me to apologize for you. I'm sorry. You know, maybe this guy's not such a bad guy after all. He apologizes for his subordinates and everything. What a great boss! I do agree with him on that. Are you saying that I don't do anything for my own subordinates? No, nothing of the sort, sir. Yeah, I even offered to pay for your coat's cleaning. You're someone I really respect, sir, even if you are a bit too strict sometimes. It is only a problem on your end. Wow, way to be super hard on him in response. Am I really too strict on everyone? Anyway, Sheena, you didn't find anything in Mr. Cochin's office, right? That's right. We finished our investigation. And we found not a single suspicious thing in Mr. Cochin's office. So you really didn't find anything? Yes, as I said, not one suspicious thing. Although, as you already know, we did find the Yatagarasu's key in the document detailing the smuggling operation. But we still haven't found the blade that belongs to the Babyliss knife handle yet. You see, my subordinates worked hard to investigate everything. So there was nothing else to find, alright? Wow, Agent Lang really sticks up for his people. Lang Ji says, all men are brothers, and friends become family. So you see, my people are my family, and their families are my family too. That's a rather large family you have there. Yes, but as we all know, there was always one black sheep in any family. Yeah, he really knows his co-worker's wife's younger brother's birthday. That's a real thing that happened. And although it pains me, Agent Lang, you will know the black sheep in your family. So, do you actually have any proof that the Yatagarasu used the fireplace passageway? No, I haven't found any yet. What are we going to do? There's no need to worry. Because there is a loophole in Miss Interpol Agent's argument that we can exploit first. The one in charge of the Babyliss investigation was not Agent Lang, which means that with Agent Sheena in charge, it's possible she may have tampered with the evidence. That piece of evidence that we found. If there is one thing I do know, it's that someone tried to hide it from us. Okay, we should present on the not a single suspicious thing. But what did she try to hide? That's suspicious. The statue being swapped. We still haven't come to that, answer yet. Or Damask II's note. I have a few things I could present here, and the wire. There's 3 different suspicious things. But the one in Mr. Cochin's office was the Babal's Primadex statue. Not the note. But yes, the wire. So either the statue or the wire. Those are both suspicious things found in Mr. Cochin's office. But I want to say it's the Primadex statue, because we still have yet to explain how exactly it got there. Even you can't talk your way out of the contradiction this piece of evidence points out, dang it. I guess not. I knew it. Because I don't need to talk my way out of it. What sort of... I don't like to waste time delving into subjects that don't warrant a need to. It would appear that I was mistaken. Okay, then it's gotta be the wire. I don't understand the significance of this wire or the statues being swapped. Because... Okay, here's what's strange to me. How do I put this? How were these statues swapped? That's my question. How exactly were these swapped? Because we know for sure that they were ordered to be swapped. Because there was a request for Damask II to steal the Primadux statue. So we know that it was going to be swapped. But, counterpoint, Damask II is dead, which means that they failed. So how did the statues still get swapped? Isn't it strange? If Damask was killed before he could swap the statues, and we know that he was, because, like, either way we think about it, if he took the Babal statue to Alabast first, he was then killed there, and could not bring the Alabast statue back. Or if he went to the Alabast statue first, he'd failed to steal it in the first place. To swap the two things, you have to go to both locations. We know that he didn't do that. You have to go, like, from location A to location B, and then take the thing from location B back to location A. And we know for sure that he died in Alabast's office. Which is why it's so strange that these were successfully swapped in the end. Okay, I'm going to present the wire first. This is the loophole, because I can object to this, even if it's not proof that she was the Yatagarasu.
Objection!
Yeah, the wire! Okay, good. Well, you say that you and your agents have finished a thorough investigation. What was the wire for? Are you absolutely certain that you didn't overlook anything? Well, aren't we full of ourselves standing there insulting Interpol agents? You'd better not be insinuating that my men are incompetent, Mr. Prosecutor. I'd never do that. However, it doesn't change the fact that they did overlook something. I'd like for you to take a look at this length of wire. And what exactly is this supposed to mean? She's sweating now. A length of wire? So what about it? I'll tell you what. We found this in the Babalese embassy not long ago. What? And we found it wound up inside the grandfather clock in Mr. Cochin's office. You found that at the scene of Mr. Cochin's murder. But this wire wasn't all we found. We found one other very important thing. There's more? In Mr. Cochin's office, there were signs that someone had burned counterfeit bills there. What in the... Ah! That evidence was something you found through that girl's machine, right? So what if it was? Ah, that's what I thought. But unfortunately for you, a recreation made by a machine is hardly concrete proof. Among the ashes you found in the room, did you happen to find any counterfeit bills? No. You see, so there was nothing in that office. Nothing you can call evidence, anyway.
Objection!
I'm sorry, but I seem to have given you the wrong impression. How so? I don't recall saying that I was presenting evidence of any sort, but rather I was pointing out that your investigation was incomplete, and that this throws doubt on the purity of your investigation into the Yatagarasu. You still suspect me, I see. Alright then, I ask that you point out what part of my investigation is incomplete. The second fire. The other Interpol agents worked under the command of Agent Shina. And is it not possible that the reason the person K was chasing chose the third floor was because that person knew there would be no other agents on that floor? Furthermore, we've come to see that Agent Shina was only pretending to be investigating the Yatagarasu to the point of arresting K. In that case, there's one location that no one has yet to inspect. The other room! Your team's investigation was incomplete because they failed to inspect this location. This room that you were apparently in!
Take that!
The location, Agent Shina, is of course the room you claim to have examined. We'll find your coat in there. I believe the room next to Mr. Cochin's office warrants a thorough inspection. Even if you do that, I doubt you'll find anything of use to you there. I will be the one to decide that. Detective Gumshoe, Yes, sir. I'm on it. I'll be right back after I check out that room next to the office. He's gonna find a coat, and the coat is going to have ink, and it's going to be her coat and have her DNA or something. Hey, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you really think that Miss Sheena's the Yatagarasu? Yes, if my logic's sound, I believe she is. Then I'm not gonna let her get away with ruining the name of the Yatagarasu. But can you prove that she's the Yatagarasu is the question. If Detective Gumshoe can find what I'm hoping he will find, then I should be able to. And just what are you hoping he'll find? The Yatagarasu's long black coat that she used to fool everyone. Let's just say this. I had Detective Gumshoe do a little experiment for me earlier. An experiment, as if that detective has the brains for high science. It wasn't that mentally taxing. I had him use the same escape route as the Yatagarasu. And what did you find out by doing that? First, that it's possible for a person to fit through the revolving ball door. Second, that by going through there, his coat was covered in ash and Babbly's ink. Who cares what his coat was covered in? It's not worth that much anyway. But is it really worth so little? I believe that it's actually quite a meaningful result, the value of which I'm about to prove. Mr. Edgeworth, I found some things you really need to see, sir. A coat? Wink, wink. Oh, so what are these things that you found? Some makeup, a coat, and a pair of shoes, sir. That's a lot to go on. I do have the bottle of perfume. I still think we're gonna end up using Missile to trace this. You found a coat! You hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? Maybe it's the one the person I was chasing was wearing. Yes, the possibility does exist. Agent Sheena, were these pieces of evidence not in that room when you examined it? Unfortunately for you, those aren't suspicious items of any sort. They all belong to me. You fucked up by explaining this! You done fucked up! Because now I'm gonna say that the coat has Babbly's ink, and that's proof. Oh. Thank you for bringing them to me. It saves me a trip. May I have them back now? These items that the detective brought back are incredibly significant. I request that we be allowed to examine them. They're my personal belongings, so you have no right to touch them without my permission.
Objection!
I wish to examine them for the sake of the investigation. But if you wish to deny us access to them, Agent Lang, let's hear your opinion on this. I say let them look at your stuff, Sheena. Lang? Uh-oh, she's sweating now. She shouldn't have said it was hers. Sheena, let's put it all out in the open. If you're really innocent, then you have nothing to worry about, right? I guess so. Alright, go ahead and examine whatever you'd like. After all, I have nothing to hide. I don't believe you. Good. Now let us begin. So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine? So which of Agent Sheena's belongings are you going to examine, sir? Give me that coat. Let's examine the coat. Yes, sir. With soot and Babbly's ink. It appears you managed to stain your coat rather badly. And it also happens to look exactly like Kay described. Agent Sheena. The Yatagarasu that Kay saw was wearing a coat, and I'm beginning to wonder if this stain wasn't created when you went through the fireplace. No, you have it wrong. That soot probably got on my coat when I was helping the police put out the fire. And what about this dark substance around the hem of your coat? Oh, I didn't realize that the hem was that dirty. I'm sure it's just some water mixed with soot from when I was helping with the fire. It's blue! I don't think so. Think you can get away with such a transparent lie? Yeah, don't lie to us, pal. This is the same pattern of dirt that got on my coat when I went through the fireplace. Your words ring hollow in the absence of evidence, you know. So unless you can prove that the dirt on my coat is from the fireplace, which I can. How? You did a great job, Detective Gumshoe. Huh? Me, sir? What did I do? This coat. This is exactly the piece of evidence I was searching for. I had been hoping to find the coat that the person Kay saw was wearing. And thanks to you, we proved that going through the fireplace was solely a coat. I don't quite get what you're saying, but I'm happy for the praise, sir. All that remains is for us to show what the dark substance on the coat hem is. Oh, and you think you can do that? Of course I can. This is the dark substance that sullied the hem of this coat. Sheena, you're done with. You shouldn't have admitted it was yours. I couldn't prove that it was your coat. Babbly's ink. Yes, this is what will prove the coat went through that fireplace. Like, seriously, she messed up by saying, those are my belongings. She shouldn't have said that. I had no evidence that it was actually hers. According to Ambassador Paleno, he burned some files in the fireplace this morning. You told us about that already, so I don't really see the point in mentioning it again. My point is that he spilled some ink onto the back wall of the fireplace at that time. If the dark substance on this coat turns out to be Babbly's ink, it would prove that you and this coat went through the revolving fireplace wall. Sorry to have clipped one of your wings, Yatagarasu, but we're not finished yet. But you have no way of proving whether or not this is Babbly's ink on the coat hem. Oh, but I do, and I intend to show that it is ink in a few seconds. All we gotta do is light your coat on fire. How? How, you ask? Well, since you don't seem to know, allow me to show you. This is how I will prove that the dark substance on the coat is Babbly's ink. Burn it! Burn it! We can find out whether that is Babbly's ink or not by lighting it on fire. That's how you're going to prove that it's Babbly's ink? Yes. If you could please cut a section of the dark stained area for me, I'd appreciate it. Because I will show you here and now what the dark substance is. Sheena, sorry to do this, but I'm going to have to cut off a bit of your coat. Go ahead. I wasn't planning to wear it anymore anyway. Now then, if someone could loan me a lighter or something. Oh, I've got some matches. I always carry them with me so I can light smoke bombs. Then, if I could please have one, Kay, we can get this experiment underway. It's gonna burn green! The flame! It's the same color as the flame's white crystal oil produces. Which means Babbly's ink is a product of white crystal oil, and when lit, the ink produces a green flame. I believe the time has come to clip the Yatagarasu's other wing. There are 3 wings, though. Miss Sheena, you're the fake Yatagarasu, the one who killed my father. It's about time you came clean, Agent Sheena. Or should I say, Callisto you? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, you're not serious, are you? Where is Detective Bad and like 70 other people so she can't get away this time? She's just gonna get away again. Do I look like the joking type to you? Callisto you? I've never heard that name before in my life. That manner of speaking and that attitude, you haven't changed a bit in 7 years. You're the defense attorney that killed Mr. Faraday and then tried to frame me for it. Oh really? And you have proof? Insist that I am this Callisto you woman, but you can't prove it. If you have no proof, then I'm afraid you won't be able to lay a single finger on me.
Objection!
The raven is a very unique bird, one that flies by the darkness of night. However, the light of dawn has arrived, and it will reveal your true ugly form to the world. Enough poetry, I want to see some evidence. Do you really have something that can prove she is Callisto you? I do. It's something that the second Yatagarasu has preserved for us these last 7 years. Do me the honor, Mr. Edgeworth. I will, Kay, for we have finally come to the end. We'll prove her to be Callisto you with this, and clip the Yatagarasu's wings for good. Misuse perfume! This perfume. This will prove you to be Callisto you. It will? Kay has preserved it perfectly for us. Surely you remember this bottle. This belonged to Miss Yu just before she disappeared 7 years ago. Naturally, this means that a few of her fingerprints are on here as well. This is that bottle of perfume that you spilled, which I've preserved ever since. I heard from my father, Byrne Faraday, that if stored under the right conditions, a fingerprint can be preserved for decades. Which means that your fingerprints are still on here, every last one. We can clear everything up if we were to compare the prints on this to your own. Now come, Agent Sheena, will you submit yourself to a fingerprint test? Oh, she is deranged. Oh my god, I can't. It's too deranged. It looks like you've seen right through me yet again. You're sending the biggest chill down my spine, Edgeworth. She's just gonna point a gun at us again! Callisto, you. So you've shown your true face at last. This feeling of thrill, it's even greater than that time 7 years ago. Sheena, Lang, I really enjoyed our days together. You're an insanely strong, nice, kind-hearted idiot of a man. So you were a spy all along. A mole sent by the smuggling ring I've been chasing after. Someone who has been feeding them intel on Interpol all this time? Very good. Maybe you're not as big of an idiot as I thought. Callisto Yu, the one who killed my father 7 years ago. You're her, aren't you? The fake Yatagarasu. She's confessing freely. She's gonna do the gun thing again. That's right, Callisto Yu. That's just one of my many names. Okay, I know it's you, but who else? There's two killers. Because she still never went to the or to the other place to kill Master II. That was somebody else. Who though? But even that is just a facade. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am the Great Thief Yatagarasu. Callisto Yu. This time you won't escape, for this is the end of the road for you. Now come along quietly. You know, you're the one who left the strongest impression on me, Kay Faraday. And if you're not used to Yatagarasu's gadgets, I might have never known who you were. But here you are, being a thorn in my side, just like your father always was. Kay, don't. I'll never forgive you for what you did to my father. You really are just like him. Mr. Faraday, too, possessed such laughable honesty. Idiot. I'm sorry, this is a serious situation, but come on. Kay! You let Kay go right now, pal! I knew this would happen! You despicable! Let go of me, you filthy! You think I'm a fake, don't you? Unfortunately for you, I'm the real Yatagarasu. But that's impossible! My father was the one who created Little Thief! Hey, Edgeworth, the Yatagarasu has 3 legs. Do you know why that is? Why it has 3 legs? There are 3 main reasons why the Yatagarasu will always be one step ahead. First, the Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. Second, the Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. No, it can't be. Did you finally figure it out? Do you finally know the real identity of the Yatagarasu? The real identity of the Yatagarasu is... Neither? I don't know. Real identity of the Yatagarasu is neither Burn Faraday nor Callisto Yu. But by the same token, they are also both the real Yatagarasu. How very perceptive of you. No way! The single person known as the Great Thief Yatagarasu never existed. Mr. Edgeworth! No! I refuse to believe this! The Yatagarasu is known to have 3 special skills. Skill number 1. The Yatagarasu always knows the exact location of the target object. And a lawyer would have the opportunity to learn the layout of client corporations. They worked in tandem? Skill number 2. The Yatagarasu always knows exactly how to disarm the security system. And a good prosecutor would be well versed in the ways of a criminal. Are there 3? No, it's bad! It is bad! Have I been right all along? Okay, I'm gonna assume this is bad. And skill number 3. The Yatagarasu doesn't leave a single shred of evidence behind. Ever. A police officer. Detective Bad. It was only natural for the Yatagarasu to never leave evidence behind. Because the lead detective on the case hid it all away. You're the 3rd member of the Yatagarasu. You. I've been looking for you for a long time. 7 long years, but I finally got you. Why, Mr. Bad, long time no see. I hate that I called it. What happened to us? We used to be such a great team. If you were such a great team, then why did you kill my father 7 years ago? Why, indeed. It was nothing personal, really. He was just another person I had to kill. How can you say that? I grow weary of this, and it's about time for everything to come to an end. And this time, I won't miss. Stop. You. Okay. What just happened? It's over, Sheena. Yeah, your leg. Agent Lang. You idiot! What were you thinking, jumping in front of my gun like that? What are you risking your life for? I'm sorry, Detective Bad, but no matter what sort of past she may have had, or even if she is a spy, it doesn't change the fact that she is my subordinate. And as long as she is, I can't allow any harm to come to her, not even from you. You really are an idiot, you know that? Huh, that's fine with me. Why would he take the bullet for her? How did any of this just happen? You should know by now that this is just how I am. Hey, sis. Yes. I want you to conduct a full-body search. Sheena might have another weapon on her. All right. Detective Gumshoe, your assistance, please. Sir! I'm so overwhelmed. Hey, I found something. The blade! What is this, sir? Looks like the blade of a knife, but it doesn't have a handle. This is a great find, Detective. Huh? It is, sir. Let's try pairing up this blade with this handle. It's the flower one. Or is it the butterfly one?
Take that!
I believe this blade actually belongs with the handle that was on the murder weapon. Hey, they fit together perfectly! This blade must have been taken from the crime scene where the knife handles were switched. I'm gonna go return this Babbly's knife now! Alright, I trust that you'll make sure that it is returned to Ambassador Polano. Babbly's knife handle given to Detective Gumshoe. I'm so concerned. I believe this makes it perfectly clear who did it, Callisto, you. For the only time the handles could have been switched is just after Mr. Cochin's murder. Which means that you must be Mr. Cochin's killer. You killed Mr. Cochin with the Alabastian knife. Switched the handles, and then took the original blade of the Babbly's knife with you. Later, you allowed yourself to be spotted by Kay near the open-air stage. I'm concerned that we are still in the middle portion of this case. You used the fireplace to lose her, and then you went back to accuse her of the murder. Does that about sum it up? You craft an engaging tale, Edgeworth, but there are two problems with it. Problems? In what respect? What do you think my real reason was in allowing her to chase after me? It was also I could capture Kay Faraday. What? When I saw you using that device at Gaywaterland, I knew right away that you were Byrne Faraday's daughter. I became curious, so I researched a little into your background. That's how I found out that you were on the trail of the Yatagarasu. So that's why you tried to pin Mr. Cochin's murder on me? Yes, I knew you would show up at this embassy tonight. So I thought to use you. But pinning the murder on you wasn't my only goal. You had another? Yes. Once I had you under arrest, I planned to search you and take back the device that rightfully belongs to me, the true Yatagarasu. You're going to take a little thief away from me? 7 years ago, it was thanks to that device that Faraday was able to infiltrate this place. But he stole more than he should have. I had a tough time recovering that precious key. Then, the person who stole the Yatagarasu's key was Mr. Faraday. You. That incident 7 years ago. What was the catalyst behind it? In the eyes of the smuggling ring, the Yatagarasu was becoming a bit of a problem. It wasn't an especially pleasant assignment. Then why? Why did you become a member of the Yatagarasu? Why? There is no why. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. From the beginning? What is that supposed to mean? The person I take orders from hasn't changed, even now, to this day. Does this mean that the leader of the smuggling ring wasn't Mr. Cochin? Then, the real ringleader is still out there pulling the strings. Are you done asking what you need to know? Because if so, we should probably get going. Yeah, Ling needs to go to, like, a hospital, and she needs to go to prison, and so does Detective Bad. And you're gonna tell me everything you did tonight. Do you understand, Sheena? I guess I should tell you then that I was the one who set the Babbly's embassy on fire. And why did you do that? I suppose it was to destroy all evidence of the counterfeit bills. That was what the smuggling ring was trying to do. But then why start two fires? Sorry, but I can't tell you anything about the ring. It's your job to complete your investigation after all. I've had my fun. Now it's your turn to enjoy the ride. How is Lang alive right now? He's been shot. Why is Detective Bad not detained? He also shot someone. Wait, I mean Miss Sheena. Yes? When I fell to the floor earlier, these fell at my feet. What about them? They're such pretty hair sticks that I thought, well, that I should return them to you. You can have them. They're of no use to me anymore. If you don't want them, you can always just throw them away. No, I want to keep them. Suit yourself. Oh, that's right. I almost forgot, Edgeworth. About the second problem I had with your story. I didn't kill anyone tonight. What? I'm not saying that as a sore loser. Think of it as a hint, if you will. No. Wait, please. Mr. Prosecutor. Yes, Agent Lang? Mark my words, I'm not done here, and I'll be back. And it's got nothing to do with duty or anything, because this has become my personal case. I may have been shot, but I'll show you just how dangerous a wounded wolf can be. His anger appears to have negated the sensation of pain in his injured leg. What about bad? He still shot Lang. Go to prison, sir. It's finally over, Kay. I feel like I've peered into her heart a little, you know? And it's so cold and dark, and incredibly lonely. The person who was giving her all these commands. The one who thought my father was a problem to be removed. That person is the real ringleader behind the smuggling ring. Mr. Edgeworth, I have a favor to ask. Can you hold on to these hair sticks for me? They're really pretty, just like the ones they were selling for the Jam and Ninja show. But until this case is over, I don't think I can look at them without being overcome. I understand. I'll take good care of them for you. There's a bit of soil stuck on the ends of these sticks. From this! It's proof that there were 2 more flowers! But what does that mean? Seriously, what does that mean? Oh, I guess it's that time already, huh? What? What does that mean that there were more flowers? Hey, take a look at this, Mr. Edgeworth. There's dirt on here. It's totally ruining the beauty of the hair stick. I suppose. Why is there dirt stuck on the end of a hair stick in the first place? Why? Why did flowers get removed? So it's midnight, the dawn of another day. Hey, Pops, thanks a bunch. You've really done a lot for everyone all these years. This man needs to go to jail. He just shot a man. Detective Bad, don't tell me today is the day. Yeah, it is. With this, I can retire in peace. It was down to the wire, and we almost didn't make it. You shot someone! But we did it. We solved everything. But that's just it. We haven't solved everything yet. The ringleader of the smuggling ring, you, the Yatagarasu, were chasing after. The legend of that Yatagarasu is now over. Mr. Edgeworth, that bit of logic earlier, it was brilliant. What about the fact that you shot a man? I feel like I can leave it all in your hands. I'm counting on you. Is it really true, Uncle Bad? Were you also part of the Yatagarasu? As I said to you earlier, Kay, I'm truly sorry. I wanted nothing but a peaceful life for you. Uncle Bad? Hey, don't take it so seriously. It's all just one big joke, right? Unfortunately, it isn't. Oh, come on, sir. She's just yanking on my chain, isn't she, Mr. Edgeworth? Detective Bad. Wait, no, you are no longer a detective. Mr. Bad, I'd like to ask you about the Yatagarasu. Not you too, Mr. Edgeworth. He shot a man! Why is nobody talking about this? He shot Lang. Why has he not been arrested for that? Even if it's self-defense or whatever, or like active justified duty, he still shot a man. He should be put in cuffs and questioned, and then possibly released. But for now, he should be put into cuffs. What is happening right now? I feel like I'm going insane. Mr. Edgeworth, here, I should give these back to you. The files! He was the thief there? He was the Yatagarasu that went to the prosecutor's office? These are the pages from my KG-8 files that the Yatagarasu stole from my office. Dude. Huh? Wait, what? This is so convoluted. Mr. Edgeworth, I must apologize for last night. You've got to be kidding me. So the Yatagarasu stole into my room was you, was it? Wait, then that means what? Someone arrest this man for robbery and shooting a cop! Tell me it's not true. That's too insane for me to believe, sir. Arrest him! The KG-8 incident. It was a very emotionally trying case. We stood in that courtroom. Faraday is the prosecutor, and I is the lead detective. Faraday had evidence in his possession that would prove the defendant guilty. However, because it was stolen, the defendant was found innocent. You was the elder sister of the victim in the case. When the defendant was pronounced not guilty, she let out a great wail. That's when we realized that there was a limit to what the law could do. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought at the time. And so we formed the Yatagarasu. This is insane. This is so confusing. And about to bring light any dirty dealings that companies had with the ring, including companies that dealt with the Amano Group, Mr. Amano's conglomerate. We called ourselves the Yatagarasu and flexed our collective muscle. Yeah, that's why three-legged. We exposed all sorts of shady dealings as a warning to the business world as a whole. Seriously, somebody put this man in behind bars, at least for a while. By doing that, they were able to stop the higher-ups from covering things up. Like, he should be charged with assault with a deadly weapon, unlawful discharging of a firearm, a theft, assault with intent to kill, assault with a deadly weapon, like, a lot of different things. There should be a lot. He was trying to kill Miss Yu, and then he got Lang instead. That was assault with intent to kill, and then assault with a deadly weapon. He stole from my office and threatened me by firing a shot. That is... Oh my god, I'm getting overwhelmed. That is theft and unlawful discharge of a firearm. Like, dude, someone arrest this guy for several different crimes. And then it was finally time. We'd finally arrived at the moment when we'd find out the ringleader's true identity. Like, I'm glad that he is telling us all this, but somebody cuff him, please. It was then that you literally stabbed us in the heart. And Faraday, he died for it. But why? Wasn't she the sister of the victim in the KG-8 incident? After Faraday's death, I looked into her past, and that's when I found out that she was a phony. The victim of the KG-8 incident, CCU. She never had a sister. What? Then that means Shina wasn't the only fake name she used. Callisto Yu was also another pseudonym. From the very beginning, that woman was a spy sent by the smuggling ring. She said it herself. I was destined to betray everyone from the very beginning. Anyway, let's return to the real topic at hand. Your arrest? Mr. Edgeworth, this trump card that we stuck onto the page of this case file. Please use it wisely. A trump card? That photo that we stuck on there. Try peeling it off. Behind it slumbers a piece of evidence that Faraday hid away all those years ago. It's the mark of the Yatagarasu, but why? This is a directives card from the big boss. Take a look at the back. This was something Kochin had on him at the time of the KG-8 incident, 10 years ago. That blood is from the victim of the incident, Miss CCU. But why is the card adorned with the mark of the Yatagarasu? The reason why we called ourselves the Yatagarasu is because of the three-legged raven mark that the smuggling ring's boss used. Apparently, orders from the boss would come on these cards without fail. The person who received the order was supposed to burn it immediately after reading it. And apparently, it burns a bright green flame when set ablaze. The So you mean the cards were written in Babbly's ink? The fact that the card that Kochin was sent made it into Faraday's hand at all is nothing short of a miracle. We decided that whenever we stole anything, we would send a card along with it to the police. So that's what those white cards are. The great thief that used the mark that only those within the ring would know. It was our message to the ringleader that we were only a few steps behind. It also revealed your presence, you morons! And one more thing. Detective Gumshoe. If he doesn't say arrest me right now because I committed a crime, I swear, I'm entrusting this to you. What is this, sir? This is what I was talking about earlier. During the KG8 incident trial, Faraday had this in his possession. This important definitive piece of evidence. But I thought it was stolen. How do you have it? The person who stole it from us 10 years ago was a man by the name of Ernest Amano. And he had it locked and hidden away for all this time. But we forced him to tell us where it was finally, after the other day's kidnapping case. This video. Hey, wait, I already had this. This blood belongs to Detective Faith, who was killed in my office by Mr. Portsman. Yeah, I already had this evidence. Sadly, it would appear that he was partnered with anyone but a good prosecutor. I already had this evidence, though! The KG8 incident. This was the case in which the unwitting CCU was murdered, when she was to expose the connection between the Amano group and the smuggling ring. This was also when the group, the Yatagarasu, was first formed. Are the events of this case somehow connected to that case from 10 years ago? Don't come any closer! I'm warning you! This is the same video as the one Mr. Portsman was trying to conceal from me. I thought it was hidden. I thought it was hidden, though! How can it be hidden if I found it before Bad did? Amano was preparing to take on the boss someday, and the video was his insurance. That's where that prosecutor comes in. He was to retrieve the video. On top of that, he was apparently instructed to sneak into your office and steal the trump card. You saw it for yourself, right? The card that told him to preserve the evidence. Then, that card was not the calling card of the Yatagarasu. What does it say? But rather a directives card from the ringleader to Mr. Portsman. The two pieces together make for a strong weapon for whoever holds them. The evidence Mr. Portsman thought to withhold from me. Look at how much evidence I have, by the way. I have 4 pages. And the one that you stole from my office last night. Both pieces are illegal, and for me to use either one is. Whether you use them or not is up to you. But they will be of help to you when you take on someone who is above the law. Is the boss one of those who cannot be brought to court that Mr. Faraday spoke of? Detective Bad, there is no limit to the law, for it is the people who determine the limits to them. You still insist that, even now. You really are something else. I leave the rest in your hands. Please tell me this man is going to be arrested. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, the handcuffs. Thank you! Oh my god! Thank God! It's time to lock up the last remaining member of the Yatagarasu. Oh, Pops! Don't ever lose your detective spirit. Pops, why is this happening? This isn't justice. Like I always told you, do not get emotionally involved. Now let's go. Yes, sir. I'm so glad that they did arrest him, because if they didn't arrest him, I was going to go insane. Is this really the end of a legend? It was bugging me so much that he hadn't yet been placed in handcuffs. See, now we're on ladder, but for all of that we were in the middle. Oh man. March 15th, 12:07 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis, lobby. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was, and yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. For example, if Callisto Yu wasn't the killer, who was? Who killed both people? It'd have to be somebody who can go between both areas. So someone who has access to both countries without being searched, because we know that they took the statues with them. Somehow. Who has that kind of right? Okay, I'm gonna go over what I know in my head. I know that Manny Kochin hired Damask II to swap the statues. I know that he couldn't have succeeded, even though it did happen. In spite of the fact that it happened, this one was used as a weapon to kill Damask II, which means he could not have taken it with him. That means that somebody else did swap the statues after that. Okay, that's one very solid piece of information I needed to know. The second thing, who has access to both locations? At the time, at least. I know that Larry did, because he was a Steel Samurai and he took a picture in both offices, so I know he went to both. Sadly, he was a friend from grade school. That's funny. Okay, who else? Who else would have the justification? The ambassadors would. The ambassadors could go back and forth, right? Alba and Polano. Fascinating. Who could be the culprit? Like how the weapons cross country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. So then how did they? There's still the matter of the wet pick. I'm missing something important. But here's... No, I don't even have enough information to say what I think happened. Smuggling them in, huh? We will need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Necessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been reorganized. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir! Let me look at what I have still. Man, barely anything was removed. Oh yeah, there's also these sticks. Dirt on the tips. I know that that has to do with passion flowers. But Callisto, you had them? If Callisto, you had them... I don't know what to make of that. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Bad gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG-8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Sure thing, sir. This man, it's Manny Kochin. And he's holding a knife in his hand, and a card. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How do you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file case. Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG-8 incident. And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. Did I enter my stolen files into evidence? I didn't? Why would I not? So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece, and why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? The bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. The flag. This car. This is something we cannot overlook. Why is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe. It's 10 years ago, so this must be the Cadopian flag, not either of the countries. This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this has to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there?
Ah, Miss Von Carbon, Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time?
Dude, it's midnight. Go home. Ambassador Alba.
Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. If only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry.
This wasn't your fault, sir. This has nothing to do with how careful you were.
You idiot, Quercus! You couldn't chase after a simple thief!
Dude, you're 72.
Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that?
Excuse me?
I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down, and we are in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope that you can understand how I feel.
We must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues.
Why don't we leave the rest of the Alabastian and Babalese police?
Ambassador, we are so close. Just a little more and...
Miss Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right?
That's true, however, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil, in which case we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? But isn't the theater neutral ground? Shifu, we found Mr. Edgeworth, sir. How are you not in the hospital, bro? Shifu, this way. Go to the ER. Yo. Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I lay back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. You just got shot! These people are insane!
Agent Lang, why have you returned?
Because I have to solve this case no matter what.
Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief, and so... Under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable.
Why is he so determined to stop this investigation? Wait. I did say one of the people who could take items between the two locations is an ambassador. He is one. He could have done it. His passion flowers were with Callisto U. These sticks. He could be the accomplice. That would explain why he's so insistent to end this investigation. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close. Why do people laugh so much? Ambassador Alba, I get it now. I really do.
Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel.
No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. I think I do too! You... No... The... killer?
Do you really mean that, Agent Lang?
Wolves don't lie.
Then who is it?
Why is he so nervous now? Why is he stuttering? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Cochin's murder. That was all she knew. But she said she didn't. Lang Ji says the truth lies not at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple, so let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask II's killer? I'll tell you who. It was you, Franziska von Karma. What? What kind of deranged, psychopathic thinking are you doing right now, Mr. Lang? I was the killer. Hey, wait! But that's impossible! Yeah! Although that whip is actually quite... Yeah! Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make! Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Von Karma is accused? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabasta and Babal, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence that I am the killer? I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Alba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? He's ploying! He's ploying to get another look.
With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I?
Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. He's lying! As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She's like, yeah, you can accuse me as long as your explanation's perfect. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected that you'd accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck up in the air like that. Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request that you allow me to take part, and so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabasta yet. If you let Kay in, then you've got to let me in too, pal. I can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Aw. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, I'll take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride.
Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance.
I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now let's go. It's a ploy! I'm convinced it's a ploy. Just to get us into the office. Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's office. Okay, now, let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Kochan's body was found over in the Secretariat's office in Babal. The weapon that took his life was one of Alabasta's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask II, Mr. Kashinu, was found here in the Alabastian Ambassador's office. Oh my god. Hello, welcome to the stream. I have a suspect, and I don't know what to make of it. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Primadux statue, and that this is actually Babal's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it... Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you are saying? Of course I do, sis, and I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. What types of games do you like to stream alongside Ace Attorney? I like all sorts of games. I've played a lot of different games so far on stream. I pretty much play everything except for like online shooter games like Call of Duty, stuff like that I don't like. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatagrasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if all that were true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show that you're the culprit behind that too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons across country lines. Hey now. Oh, he got the whip! Look, sis, I thought I already told you, I'm not messing around here. This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring. But Shina certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He's right in saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring... could it not be deeper than what any of us can imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Franziska, you need to calm down, because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole, and therefore solve it. What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. But can you come up with anything that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. How? Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damascus II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damascus II is related to the smuggling ring, then it will mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counter-argument to his hypothesis, the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Already? I haven't even gotten to investigate! It's cool. How long have you been streaming, generally speaking? A very long time, but I've only been like super duper serious about it for like probably a year now? Border crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damascus II is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So long as I can't explain how the weapons moved about, Franziska will remain a suspect. You got it, Mr. Prosecutor. So why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Do I have evidence about Larry? I don't. I threw that away, didn't I? Dang. I know that Larry could also have gone through between both countries. Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility, but there's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Ji never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor! Who do you think you are speaking about Lang Ji's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. Border crossing weapons. One of Alabast's knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Cochin.
Hold it!
This is the most complicated case I think I've ever seen. I concur that this knife crossed over country lines. Good, but that's not the only thing that did. We mustn't forget about the other weapon. The knife was the only one. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damascus II is Babal's Primadux statue.
Hold it!
So you're saying that the Primadux statue was also brought over by Franziska? Like I told you before, that's the only way it makes sense. And how exactly did she bring it over? I haven't figured that out yet. That's a rather weak statement considering how sure you are. Maybe, but there is one thing I do know for sure. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security.
Hold it!
Impenetrable? I should hardly think so.
Not so fast!
You've seen the top of the wall between the two countries, right? Who in the world could cross over that? Yeah, not even I could cross over that thing with all that barbed wire. The only way into either embassy is through the doors in the Theatrum Neutralis. So the only way for the knife and Primax statue to traverse the two countries is through the security camera-equipped, well-guarded doors. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes is you.
Hold it!
Oh my god. Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sis was there in Alabas when the Yatagarasu showed. And then just before you guys found Mr. Kochin's body, she entered Babal. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babal. Then how do you explain the Primadux statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primadux statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. The hair sticks! Do I present that?
Objection!
That statement just now stands in contradiction to this piece of evidence. Uh-oh. Let's look at this. I had a brainwave. One of the Alabas knives was used in Babal to murder Mr. Kochin. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damascus II is Babal's Primadux statue. Somehow these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. Is he saying only those? Nothing else? Because this statue was also moved.
Objection!
You've got to be kidding me. That is semantics. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? Damascus II was killed with Babal's Primadux statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabas' Primadux statue go? To Babal. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. That feels so lame. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. More than that! I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabasta and Babal is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? Actually, there was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the guards said, along with the security camera's footage. I'm not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. Oh, that's so irritating. If I pointed out, it would open up a whole new possibility. I was trying to do that earlier. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as an entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. Looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. This piece of evidence will show us another way to move between the two countries.
Take that!
Agent Lang, I'm sure you are familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo? Like I said before, humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Shina somehow grew wings either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you've said either. I'll say it again, it's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. But how can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka! Very well, you will have your explanation. Sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... the statue.
Take that!
This is the face behind the shadow. I thought I said that you'd better have a good explanation. I can't make heads nor tails of what you're trying to say with that. Was I wrong? Come on, hurry up and show me what that shadow that's flying through the air is. It's the other statue, isn't it? Even had you not barked at me, I would have gladly done so, Agent Lang. I need to go over it one more time. The man-shaped shadow that flew through the air, wrapped in the darkness of the night. Its real shape can only be this one thing. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry trailed shadow is... this statue. Sorry, my bad. It's that I made a slight error.
Take that!
Semantics! 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 Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object, the Primadex statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Shina, was inside Babal. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air. Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Alba went to give a speech, he called you into his office, right? So, just before the murder, Francisco was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, and that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I will need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma. Oh? What are you up to now, pretty boy? Earlier, you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Ms. Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it's my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Ha! Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. However, I can't ignore the fact that you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Francisca, I feel that I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright, so what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. What if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time? I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl, no! As you wish. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Francisca, I want us to make this clear from the very beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way that I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. I can do that. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy.
Hold it!
I thought your duty was to fact-find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Yatagarasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. It looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that, then after that, after I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office.
Hold it!
So you were at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show? Well, yes. So Franziska was there. Well, after that show was over, I saw the Steel Samurai off. I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Yatakarasu would plan on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, Yatakarasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden, even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Calm down, Franziska. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact that she couldn't figure that out herself. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. Paramedic statues were already switched by the time the murder happened. In light of that fact, what Franziska saw in this room before the crime is of incredible importance.
Hold it!
At that time, Damask II's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of being arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you, when I arrived at this office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill, watering his plants. This is where we find the contradiction.
I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office.
Alright then, add that statement to your testimony. Then let's hear some details. Why'd I say that weird? So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on the windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you entered the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing. Is that not correct? Grammatical error! Minor grammatical error. Isn't that not correct? That's not correct! Objection! You've made a minor grammatical error. Your testimony is null and void. I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him, but fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe that he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. She's gonna say 4, and I'm gonna break through the case.
Yes. The plants in this room, they are all like my children.
The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully, too. Yeah! All 4 of them are in full bloom. Miss Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There it is! I can finally present the flowers!
Objection!
Franziska, for some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. Huh, I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this?
Yeah, sir. If you keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir.
Yeesh! All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I am still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it is a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. So the proof that he is the accomplice... Okay, I'm now vehemently on the case that Quercus Alba is the killer. Because Callisto U had these hair sticks. These hair sticks match the ones in these flowers. It's kind of hard to see, but you can see the little golden thing next to the flower and the little knob. That all matches these hair sticks. These hair sticks have soil. These two flowers have been removed, and somehow Miss Callisto U had the hair sticks on her person, and I don't understand it. Ha! Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? What does it prove? I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy.
They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. So I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I understand. This patch of soil looks as though it has had something removed from it. What are you doing, Mr. Prosecutor? Why'd you clam up all of a sudden? I'm still here waiting for an explanation, you know. Did you know, Agent Lang, flowers are best appreciated in silence? Looks like two things were pulled out of this flower box. And let's look at the sticks! The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they are actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only two here to me. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth, hurry up and shut this man up for me already. I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I?
Yes! Let me show it!
I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. You howl like a wolf, Agent Lang. But we'll see if you have any bite to back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babal the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means that we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babal the whole night. So make no mistakes, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and statue. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babal. I don't know yet. How did these support sticks find their way to Babal, and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. Aha! So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? What about it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they are used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. What? And the object that completes this picture when used with the support sticks is... What? What? The knives? Is that how it was smuggled? I think it's the knives, but They're crossbow bolts! That's a crossbow! Wait, you're not really suggesting— Oh my god! This got even more confusing. I am. These hair sticks, or rather, plant support sticks. They make for perfect arrows. Yeah! I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must be a common thread that ties all of these things together. Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. Yeah, that's what's so weird. I can't believe they're arrows! So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here? Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go that far with the statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primidex statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Primidex statues didn't sprout wings. Of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that the wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primidex statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you.
Explain it to me first, because I don't get it.
So Babal's statue was draped in the Yatagarasu's clothes and then shot over here?
Hold it!
But that incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Huh, and what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. Ha, you really believe that stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. But there really is something odd about that photo no matter how you look at it. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they wouldn't go that far with a statue tied to them. We are on the 5th floor. Look at the layout. 5th floor. Only needs to pass this wall. They go far enough. Right? So what if what happened is the statue was somehow shot over the wall, just barely, but then Mask to Mask II brought this statue back. That's how the swap happened. And then the other arrow was fired with the knife.
Hold it!
But we are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions, it's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves. Rather, something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. The wire! Then what did the crossbow launch? It launched this wire. The statues were then strung across the wire. That's what this photo saw, because it went from the 5th floor to the 3rd floor. So it just went across like a line. That finally explains the wire! I get it! Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. So you're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Cochin's office. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Babylonis Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabaster Primidex statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down to the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babal's primitive statue? That was carried by Master Mass II! Solved! The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babal. Going in the opposite way of gravity, from the 3rd floor of the Babalese embassy, up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian embassy. How do you explain that? Does that mean Cochin, Alba, and Callisto were all in cahoots, all 3 of them? Aha, I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you've yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion? What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's primitive statue. It's... What does rotary motion mean? It's bungee action, though. A bit of bungee action was employed. Bungee action? Are you saying that the wire acted as a bungee cord and the statue was hauled up? That's a simple way of putting it, but yes. Ha! Did you think about the weight of the statue at all? That thing is solid gold. Before that thing ever reached the office window, the wire would have snapped. Objection! That thing was hollow. No, that thing is not solid gold. It's a fake. It was a fake. It was hollow. That's what they said. Yes. But okay, let's consider your idea and say that the wire has the elasticity required. If you fired that kind of wire from a crossbow, the arrow could come sailing back at the person who shot it. Talk about dangerous. He's absolutely right. He's not! It was not solid gold! You've made an error because this one was fake. The one that was originally in the Babal's office was fake. This one is real. The fake one is hollow, though. I thought this sort of thing was common knowledge. I'm having a bit of a hard time right now dealing with a jurisdiction thief. Lacks understanding of the most basic things like physics, Mr. Prosecutor. Unfortunately for me, it appears that Agent Lang is correct. He's not! I need to calm down and think this through once more. There's only one feasible motion that could have been used to send the statue up. This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babal's primitive statue. I don't know what rotary motion is. It couldn't have been swinging motion. There's a wall there. So it must be rotary. I believe it was done via rotary motion. What is rotary motion? I'm looking up rotary motion. By spinning it? If the 2 statues were transported simultaneously... Get real, statues would collide somewhere along the way. Did I ever say that there was only one line of wire between the 2 offices? Oh! If you shot an arrow with the 2 ends of a wire tied to it, a circular bell can be formed. That's what they meant by rotary motion. Like a ski lift. Lang Ji says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Taking into account the tension difference between the 2 wires. The top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway. Objection! Agent Lang. As you know, the Permanux statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. In fact, the Babal's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue. It would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. It also means the bungee action is very possible, nerd! Lang Ji says... Wow! Here's what I believe happened. Miss Yu and her mystery co-conspirator set themselves up in 2 different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting 2 ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the 2 of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babal, where it was to be disposed of. And to do that, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock, QED. Ha! This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Yeah, she still could have done that. Right, Mr. Prosecutor? The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there is no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there is one more piece of evidence. One more? This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact? Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I believe that it is right here in this very room. Now then, I believe this is what made the circular belt transportation method possible. The ceiling fan. They used the ceiling fan to make it spin.
Take that!
Huh, looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick. Are two pulleys! Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact that there is one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fans made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. Ha ha! This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. This is undoubtedly the most complex case I've ever seen in any Ace Attorney game. Sure, you really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? Oh yes. I believe I have. The killer is Alba. You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? But actually, Callisto, you set it up. I bet Alba was just the accomplice. What purpose would Alba have for killing either of these people? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of a ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Babylese offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. Yeah, I know, it's Alba! The real mastermind behind this case. Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here, and this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears that I have no choice now, but to rush in. There is a piece of evidence that will point us to who this mysterious mastermind is. Shoot, I don't know. I don't know what evidence I have. It's gotta be the Alabastian knife.
Take that!
And this is it. Uh-oh. I don't think that's it. Where's my real dessert? How long do you intend to keep it from me? That piece of evidence isn't satisfying at all. Here, stop being so picky with your food. The person who concocted the trick used to smuggle the statues. I should already have the piece of evidence that shows who that is. I just have to present it, no matter what the cost. There's a piece of evidence that will point us to who the mysterious mastermind is. I know it's Alba. I just don't know what specifically the evidence is. Two fires. Maybe it's the passion flowers.
Take that!
Yes! The smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. I knew it. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had the time to grow so big that Miss Von Karma didn't even notice the errors when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout, like the former ambassador of both halves of the building. So as you may have already guessed, the person I am accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in this flower box with the utmost care. Thus, it can only be you, Quercus Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I am certain of what I am saying, and I am sure that he is the culprit. People need to stop laughing. I can't do this. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor. What was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all that stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? That's a good question. I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain. If we were to examine the focus of his complex trick, I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. What? He wanted the statue.
Take that!
I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been in reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primadux statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself? I think I understand. Alba is under orders from the smuggling ring. Smuggling ring wants this other guy, Callias Polano, to be the ambassador of Cadopia after it's been united. Because Manny Cochin keeps doing his job to make sure that Callias Polano is the ambassador. They want him to be the ambassador. Which is exactly why they told Quercus Alba to swap the statue, so that way he had the fake one, so he would not be the ambassador. I see. Ambassador will be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. The right to remain silent, huh? These are Mr. Cochin's fingerprints. The fact that they're on here suggests that this statue once belonged to Babal. So it was smuggled from Babal to Alabast, huh? Why was there a need for them to smuggle it in? A shield, huh? There doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean that guy is protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting time with this for? Let's look at some other area. This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. Looks like a gap. There's something in it? Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. Smuggled item. Oh, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. How could I have known this? Are these bill imprints? The way that they use the printing press to make the fake money? What in the... Is this... That's the motive! They only smuggled they were ordered to smuggle the statue, so that way the printing press thing to make the fake money wouldn't be discovered. It was to hide the proof of the fake money. Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears that we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates. and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. So they did it to hide the plate from the Interpol agents. The Primadex statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the Secretariat, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Shinnah, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damas II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damas II and killed him. Then, in order to frame the Steel Samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? He has not said anything since we accused him. You're the leader of the smuggling ring? My country is a mess. And it's all because of you? You're the one who killed Damas II! Answer us. He's about to demeanor change. I can tell.
I never thought that you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on.
He's not the leader.
The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Cochin.
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba.
It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang.
Subjectivity? My conclusion is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation.
Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppy logic any real weight, do you?
I knew this would bite him. It looks like you still don't get why I came back.
Excuse me?
You see, the reason I came back is so that I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. He fake accused Franziska. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. I didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew it! I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did. I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for, so naturally the occupant of this room, Ambassador Alba, seemed the most suspicious. But without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Yep, he accused Franziska to make him give permission to examine the scene. One problem, though, is that we haven't examined the scene at all. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, and if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I will forgive you. But in exchange for using me as a bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening, I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow, if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect, combined with the logic of a prosecutor, that's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that, but one thing I do know is that I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Me too.
Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you?
Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. But unfortunately for you, you misjudged me.
Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser. If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity.
Dignity? That is nothing more than a fool's insincere display of strength. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, then I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing, really. I didn't even know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense that you didn't know anything.
It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense?
He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. He did still admit to murder. So yeah. We win. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. Like, it doesn't matter if he's the ringleader. He still killed that guy. We can still arrest him and put him in jail for the rest of his life. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Justice can already be served because he said... Aw, dang, I can't go back that far. But he said... It is as you say, except for, I agree with everything, except for one point that I'm the leader. It doesn't matter that we don't prove that he's the leader. He's 72. The amount of prison he's going to get for this murder is going to put him in life. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory, and by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone like that to justice was to do so outside of the courts. That's what we thought, at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred Von Karma, and I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. Oh my god. It's a counterfeit plate used to make counterfeit Zhangfa bills. It's incredibly detailed, and even includes a phoenix taking off into the sky. With plates as finely crafted as these, it's no wonder the fakes are so hard to spot. Oh my god, this is a decision. Do I use the trump card? Is it really illegal evidence if it now has relevance in this case? I don't think it would be. Why would it be illegal? It might be illegal for use in those cases, but not in this one. Right? I'm using the card. There is no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses into new territory. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this.
Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life.
It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates.
Oh, is that what it is?
This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago, a man by the name of Mr. Manny Cochin.
Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession?
Because it was hand-delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu.
The Yatagarasu gave that to you? Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader?
I'll have you know that the card is not the only thing I was given.
What?
This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG-8 incident.
The KG-8 incident?
The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate.
Oh, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you presented.
The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Now is the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. March 15th, 1:34 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby.
So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me?
The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves that card was used to relay an order. This one right here, the card.
Take that!
Duh? Why was that necessary? As you can see, Mr. Kojin is holding the card in his right hand.
I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now?
But there is a very easy way for me to prove that they are, in fact, one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This is this car that passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Cadopian government car.
What?
Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia. What is this? Is this the reflection of this guy? That badge. Is that not an attorney's badge?
Take that!
The shape of this pocket and the directives cards in it. Hang on. That's a prosecutor's badge. No? Reflected. It's a prosecutor's badge. Or something very, very similar. Who is that? It tells us that without a doubt, the person in this car is Mr. Kojin. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. What is that badge? That badge really looks like a prosecutor's badge. It looks just like mine, it looks similar. What is that?
Ha.
Change in stature. That badge! Proof!
You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim that I was riding in the car at the time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
And you've just proved it right now by showing me this badge right there. How so?
The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
That arrogance. What he really means is that he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
You're fingering the badge that is evidence that destroys you. The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here that I can use against him. Yet he pointed at it! He pointed at it! The moron! What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in service of Cadopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the area of Cadopa. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
Why are you saying these things, you moron? You're the only one who owns it. Hey, look right there at the screen. It's a medal. In that case, the only person it could be who is sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It is clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest. Why would he say that it was his? Why? This idiot.
What?
This is how it would be, but I won't look back, for this is the path that I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Mr. Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time.
You might lose the game this time? You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador.
Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment that may come as a result.
What the?
Regarding the Damas II murder, I admit I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense. So he's going to get himself he's trying to get himself acquitted of the murder and make it so that way these charges of being the mastermind can't stick because the evidence is illegal and he knows that. That's his play. That way he goes free.
Damas II attacked me and I felt that my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him.
What a pathetic performance.
I'm not giving you one.
Your life was in danger, Mr. Military General Man, with all the medals of certified combat experience. Really? Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. A man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is proof that it was in self-defense. I am an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should.
He didn't have a weapon! But Damas II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek, my special bonsai trimming shears.
It's covered in blood. Did he stab himself to get away with murder? Are you kidding me?
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both the wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. But what if Damas didn't do that? No way! Wacky. Ooh. This is strange. What is the deal with this pick? I am obsessed with this pick. And these samurai dogs. Why do I have either of these items?
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there is still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secret secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on.
Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. Who is this guy's secretary? If you want to get real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you. I don't think we've ever seen this guy's secretary. Yeah, no, we haven't seen him. The murder of Damascus II was done in self-defense. In my trials, no man escapes his crime alive.
Perhaps so if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact that I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? Is it that it's not court right now? Ugh. Ugh. That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality. Oh, right.
That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this? Agents investigate. That's our job. The judgment of people who have confessed to their crime. That's the court's job.
Grr. And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang. Furthermore, by the very nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where a crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts.
That arrogance and your expression. It's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eaten right out of your hands.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of. To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations. But it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he is one of those who cannot be brought to court.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Ugh. Is there nothing we can do? Oh, dang. He who is above the law. March 15th, 2:11 a.m. The Atron Neutralis lobby. Man, we've been here for like 8 hours. I can't believe it, sir! Extraterritoriality! Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. He's doing something. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Yatagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. It's kind of their country, I guess. But I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, then I'll go check out Babal a bit more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Now then, Before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passionflower's data erased from my organizer. Why? Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surround the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we are unable to legally prosecute him. Cool, it sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And murder Damas II, run a smuggling operation, and make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Cochin and Babal. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. It's probably the printing press that he doesn't want us to investigate. But it's the same story over there anyway. But Babal also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. But if he did a crime in neutral ground through these doors in the theater, then that is American soil. America! Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we cannot bring him to trial here. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. Or if we could prove that he committed a crime on American soil. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Yes, I have. This flower right here. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian cyclamens and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me. I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellow flower here? That one, I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. I feel as though I've seen the shape somewhere before. Is this spot somehow connected to any of the evidence I hold?
Eureka!
Could this piece of evidence be related to this photo somehow? Well, nope, I don't think it's related at all. I disagree, because the Alabastian symbol is the flower. That. Even though I know she's right, she could have at least tried to humor me a little. What do I point to that has the exact same symbol? There's a lot of things that has that symbol. I guess there's not that much. Okay, I'll try the Yatagrassus key that has the symbol as well. Oh no. Third thing that has that symbol is the Babal's Primadux statue. What? That's the knife! That's the handle of the knife!
Eureka!
Babal's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabasta is the flower. That's how he smuggled the knife with the flower bouquet. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle of this knife. Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Cochin. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis. Wait, so what happens if you killed someone in both halves, in both countries? What happens then? in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. Perfect. Flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing, just like the knife. Ooh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. And the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. It's interesting that he has it. We can also prove that he's probably smuggling, the paper to make the bills as well. What? Not exactly a shining example of the perfect line of logic. It's something else. Hello, and welcome to the Embassy of Babal. I'm sorry, but I don't really need to enter your country at this time. Right now, for a limited time here at the Babalese Embassy, we're offering the very special experience the Terrifying Fire's Ashes Tour. So how about it? Shall I sign you up? We're fine, thanks. We have an investigation to run. Flowers were sent by a variety of people and businesses to celebrate the Goodwill event. Even the Steel Samurai received some flowers from the ambassadors. There's so many bouquets here, it's like a wedding ceremony. I believe the flowers for those are for a slightly different reason. What do you mean? This event was supposed to be like a wedding between Alabasta and Babal, right? Actually, I believe they're more in a state of divorce. Okay, then this event was supposed to be their remarriage ceremony. I suppose you could call it that. It's a backdrop they used in the Steel Samurai stage show today. I love the climax of that show. Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. That was the first time I'd seen that special move. But well, the Jammin' Ninja stage show's climax was much better, of course. Oh, is that a fact? Scene where he sang for Princess Missola and gave her those hair sticks? I could totally feel the love there in my heart. Perhaps the Jammin' Ninja is just more popular with female audiences. He's like, it was objectively worse, but she liked it. How odd. I should note this down in my organizer. These flowers were sent by Global Studios. Global Studios? That's where they filmed the Steel Samurai television show. They have been producing hit after hit recently, so the studio is being remodeled. Oh, I read about that in the paper the other day. That mascot of theirs is also getting a facelift too, right? What's its name? You mean Mrs. Monkey? Yeah, I thought it was something like that. You really have a great memory. Never underestimate my powers of recollection. Okay, I think I'm supposed to logic, but I'm not. Okay, what happened to the printing press and the renovations? We know that the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press, but the necessary materials, such as the Babalese ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovation had begun? We'd probably had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right, so we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Cochin was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? It's the one person who has been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who is mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Cochin. He doesn't want to investigate the fact that he killed people in 2 countries. And committed crimes in 3! It's crazy. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Cochin. Miss Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Cochin was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba is the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Cochin was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Cochin pushing really hard for Mr. Polano to be ambassador after the reunification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primadex statue. He wanted other guy, Alba, to stop being ambassador so he stopped having those rights of, like, being basically immune to prosecution. So Mr. Cochin hired Damascus II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Cochin? It is definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. But the question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? Right, and that's what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Cochin was killed. A place where the Alabastian ambassador was likely to meet the Babylese Mr. Cochin. What if he used his statue transporting thing to transport the body, too? The place where Ambassador Alba happened to have committed the murder is Theatrum Neutralis, which means it was on American soil.
Take that!
Dude, this guy really somehow managed to commit a crime in 3 different countries all in one night. The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been is in here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land, so that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case that it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babal post-haste. Babal's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
That's what Von Karma was doing? I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Francisca. I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babal. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Let me see. You move fast. Let me see. 521. 522. Leaving Alabast. 523. Steel Samurai leaves Alabast. 525. Babal. Wait. I get it. I understand what happened. I understand. Alba leaves. Callisto Yu, dressed in the Steel Samurai's costume, bent spear and all, pushes this cart with the doll and the body. That's how it was transported. We know that it's not Larry, because Larry fits into the costume. Callisto Yu does not. And there's clearly a body there. But I don't know what the point of this footage is. So he's leaving Alabast. So is he. She, I should say. Okay, I also know that Larry took off the costume when he did that weird chimney thing. So that's how she got access to the costume. It makes sense, but I don't know what that means. Von Karma strives to be perfect in every way. It's not my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babal investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say that we can't solve this case. I'm sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten, because my cute little subordinate is going to try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabasta Immigration Screening Area. I really hope there's something in here that we can use. I got it. I know exactly what it is. Which minute's footage should I examine? 5:23. Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd? Huh? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch.
It's got the body!
Next, let us check the footage from the ball's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. Ooh, there wasn't a single sign of a suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything. Because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Cochin entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babal? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. How did they get the body into Babal, though? Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun, and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say that you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done, and it's game over.
No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. So I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There's still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it.
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Polano.
Even just a teeny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well, if you insist.
Dude, props to Polano. Polano's an MVP right now.
I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Polano. Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish is for the normalization of relationships between our two countries. But there's one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right. Thank you for your vote of confidence.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. So I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough, because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Cochin.
Huh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
Yes, it should. This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by. This is going to be difficult, isn't it?
But frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Cochin and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
I know exactly what to present. So that is your alibi.
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babal. Now that we have cleared that up, I'd appreciate if you would move out of my way.
I said hold it.
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Very well. I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth is my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course, that is something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who... ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on. Through me. So that's why we've just got to catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
I know exactly what to present and where. I don't even have to press.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Coach and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabasta the whole time. So it's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babal. That is my alibi.
Objection? You were not in Alabasta the entire time. You went to the stage show. Shoot, I presented the wrong thing! Wait, no! This piece of evidence will reveal the whole sad tale to us.
I have no interest in listening to such a story. I meant to present the picture! The only story I'm interested in is the glorious one of my shining life. Shall I write you into one of its pages? Consider it an honor.
That's quite all right. You didn't even bat an eye. I suppose this wasn't related after all. Sorry, I meant to present this picture, which was taken not in Alabasta, which is proof that he wasn't in Alabasta the whole time. What? That statement directly contradicts this piece of evidence.
Not that it really matters to me either way.
This is nonsense.
But are you really sure my statement contradicts that piece of evidence?
Sure, it's a bit semantic-y, my contradiction, but it is a contradiction nevertheless. Judging by his overconfident attitude, I guess this piece of evidence wasn't related to a statement after all. Miles Edgeworth, you can't chase him down with that kind of evidence. Yes, I know. I must think calmly and rationally about this, because it's not impossible to take this man down. So Mr. Cochin was a friend of Ambassador Alba. If that's true, then why did the ambassador kill him? It's not like in the case of my father where he ordered someone to do it. The problem we have here is we don't know what their exact relationship was. Indeed, if they had complete trust in each other, then there was no motive for murder. However, both men were very selfish, and I believe that is from where his motive arose. Okay, so that's what I'm supposed to present? I'm supposed to present a contradiction to the fact that he wouldn't kill his subordinate? Okay, I'll press. Fine. Being the leader of a smuggling ring while taking on duties of ambassadorship. Don't you think that the combination is more than enough reasons for suspicion? Then there is the matter of the crossbow and arrows and the Primidex statues. Whoa! He has an objection line!
All of that is nothing more than your flights of fancy.
It's way different from my voice that I gave him, dang it! What do you mean by that?
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened.
Well, let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact that I have no motive.
Oh, so you really had no reason to kill Mr. Cochin?
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. I suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim that I had no motive to kill. Now let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? Well, I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. 2 other human beings.
In that case, what motive would I have had to kill my co-conspirator?
He ordered the theft of your statue.
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Cochin had betrayed you. But you had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, then I suppose you have some proof to support your argument?
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Cochin's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabasta Primidex statue. by killing him and pushing all of the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Jack shot.
Aren't you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me? Let's suppose I did have motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right? I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. I am more than ready to play the semantics game. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you'll excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Urgh. Ambassador Alba, if you could please give us just a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I'd like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babal to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Paleno. I'm very sorry, but it seems now that even my voice falls on deaf ears. Something about this man's face seems so serious and severe. Way more than I expected from, like, slimy salesman type person. There is no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Paleno. We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Lang! Save us! It's Kay? Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba. Kay? Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagrasu's legacy will live on through me. Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving? You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before? That is a clue my father, Byrne Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Byrne Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer. Don't tell me this is the one from the second KGA incident. The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key. Uh-oh, look who's sweating. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Miss Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside of this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are, but that sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you don't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there?
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These two pieces of evidence that hold the information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast, right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, then I'll hand over these two pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu! Ever the thorn in my side.
Kay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings? It's nothing case-breaking, really. Ah, then it was just a bluff. Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bat found go to waste. Plus, just the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those two pieces, aren't they keepsakes of your father? It's okay, I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end. Kay, when the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails. After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me!
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Alright, but this is the absolute last. Then, even if you use all the power of Ambassador Paleno's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. Yes, let's go.
The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabast the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that. So you see, there was no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? Now then, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood?
So I'm not allowed to press?
Of course, I don't intend to let him intimidate me. I know Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal, in which case there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence.
Okay, I'll keep that in mind. The last time I met with Mr. Cochin was here at the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabasta the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Cochin again after that.
Mr. Cochin was killed before he returned to Babal. In which case, there is only one statement to which I need to present the evidence. What evidence? To Alabasta from the dressing room.
Seen to Alabast? Is this not away from Alabast?
That's the Neutralis thing. This is towards Alabast. Oh! That explains a lot.
So you see, there is no time span in which I could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree?
Shoot. I'm scared. I'm really scared. We're in Alabasta the rest of the time. Did not see Mr. Cochin again. There's no time span in which you could have killed him. Wouldn't you agree? No.
Objection!
I got it! Woo! I'd like you to take a look at this picture. I was not sure at all.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? It was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
Oh, it's commemorative, all right. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again?
This is the knife that killed Mr. Cochin. I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it amongst the flowers you were to give to the Steel Samurai, meaning that you killed Manny Cochin here at the theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. But I thank you for the entertainment.
No, because now we have you on... We have proven that you committed a crime on neutral territory, thus on American soil. You're under arrest!
No matter how passionately you irate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur.
No!
Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
Lang! Save us! The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Interpol can. Is this really the end? Lang, get in here, you beautiful, beautiful man! Agent Lang. Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor.
Oh, that is an army. Get out of my way. My plane is scheduled to take off soon.
Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba.
I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry, but no, it wouldn't.
What?
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba, your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked.
What do you mean, revoked?
Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Not so fast!
Lang Ji says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first. Interpol headquarters in the Imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. Yes! Lang, yes! The Imperial household! You! What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What? You're fired! And now you're under arrest! Effective today, effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this. The video the Yatagarasi protected. You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title. You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of the detainment philosophy, Lang Ji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off. It can't be! I don't believe this! My ambassadorship has been revoked! Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing. Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again. He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield. What a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him. Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador. Do you really think you can still pull that on us now? We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now. Now he's going to argue his case, and I'll prove it. He still intends to fight us. So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains that you cannot arrest me. I'd expected no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. You say that I killed Mr. Cochin in the theater. But even if it's true that there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. So anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right? Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babal? Are you claiming that I carried his body all the way over there? Preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Grr. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Edgeworth with the cold lines. I killed Mr. Cochin in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet. I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there. Besides, Mr. Cochin's body was discovered in Babal, right? There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. I've got you now, you son of a bitch! Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender, too? You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? As if I care. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything. I know, and I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he is just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy. And get him good. I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. It's not like I can punch him in the face or anything. As fun as it would be. I know just where to present and what to present. There is no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babal. Is that right now? Is that right?
Objection!
I think it's not! Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Let's pursue him! Perhaps you should give this a look. What is that supposed to be? It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area. Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it? Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement. Thank you for the warning. Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it? Should I? Because I don't. In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump of cloth in the pushcart.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that? It's to say that the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Kochin's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene. What a guess! But I wonder if you have any evidence to support it. I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis, however. If you can't prove it, then I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people. Yeah! Triple Deus Ex Machina! First K, then Lang, now Gumshoe. Sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe, is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. I found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. The detective spirit that Pops left me with. I thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, is this worth anything to the case? Yes, it just might play a major role in solving this case, detective. Give him a raise! But something isn't right. I thought that the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open air stage did you find this pushcart? I found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh, well, let's leave that for now and examine the inside, detective. Yes, sir. Oh, what do you know? It's blood. It's blood. I've been wondering for the longest time why there wasn't any blood at the actual scene of the crime. This is why. This must be Mr. Kochin's blood, which only goes to prove that Mr. Kochin's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Kochin at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing? Well, let me look at something. No, okay. I thought I'd find the pic on the Steel Samurai doll, and that would explain why the pic was where it was, but no. I am determined to find out the significance of this stupid pic. What is it?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babal. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast. No! If I can show you how you moved the body from Alabast to Babal, then I win. But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you returned to Alabast. He obviously used the wire to carry the body as well. Grr. Miles Edgeworth, have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there is no question that can't be answered, right? Precisely. The Primadex statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air, so why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means that there must be a logic flaw somewhere that I can exploit. It's the same way, obviously! Movements in Alabast. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared. I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office. Is that all? Yes, that's all.
Objection!
It looks like you left out a few things. Such as the murder of Master Mask II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office. Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time. What? You. Is not every life precious? Do you really need me to answer that for you? People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society. Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction. He's really full of himself, isn't he? Yes, he is. How can he be so confident at a time like this? Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like. After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai, shaking hands. So why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around. The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended that she rest. Wow, so you do have a soft side after all. The pain of a bad hip. I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels. Yeah, but you can, oldie. Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh? But isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over? He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose. The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech. Then, just as I was about to start my speech, the Yatagarasu appeared.
Hold it!
The Yatagarasu was just a trick you had set up. A most amusing joke, and how do you propose that I set it up? If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the Rose Garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow. Oh, that is an interesting tale. Sadly, it has nothing to do with me. You. What's it going to take for you to fess up to anything? Very well then. Let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the Rose Garden? Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then, once everyone was inside, well, I feared for the national treasure, so I raced back to my office.
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office? I don't want to keep on repeating this. However, upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Masked Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this either. But his name was Damask II. Actually, his name was Mask Damask II, technically. Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primidex statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue. Miss Von Karma is really letting her whip fly now. Yeesh. I think the scary part is her silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove that he is actually guilty of anything. Are we finished here? Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babal? Sir! Mr. Edgeworth? Who are we gonna be saved by now? Even after proving so much. Is he going to get away with it? This is the end. I knew it! Larry! It appears that we made it just in time. It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle. The baby samurai is in water, submerged. The pick, it will come into play.
Evil magistrate, it's time for you to pay.
It's Steel Samurai? No, you are mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of Neo Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Edgy Poo!
The two people that I wanted to see the least. Larry, what are you two doing here? Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my... Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us?
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant. Does that really matter right now? Hey! Is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked?
Oh yeah. Well, I found him in Babal, but he was in the middle of the pool.
I knew it! Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it.
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babal. Who says go back? To go back one sentence. You say repeat that. Say that again? What was that? Could you elaborate? You say anything other than go back to what you said before. Because what you said before implies more than a sentence ago. And he found it in a pool. I don't recall there being one in Babal.
Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babal. I thought I had lost him in the Rose Garden. But I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden. Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure, but I found him in...
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. That's what the pick is for! I'm so excited to use the pick. The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babal is bilateral symmetry. There must be a pool in Babal. Ah, that's right. This embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
There is a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. It is where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Cochin's body lies.
Does something like that really exist, sir?
An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning that this is where we need to examine. Right here.
Take that!
Under the stage! Underneath the stage.
Yes, sir. I'll be back before you know it.
That's the answer. It was under the stage.
It's too late. It doesn't matter now what you do. It's all a waste of time. Look at how many people are in this room.
This is a crazy amount of people. You'll stay here with us and wait. This is Edgeworth.
Mr. Edgeworth is here, sir. A pool of water under the stage. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden.
Just as I suspected. What is it? The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means that there is also a pool at the corresponding location on the Babalese side. Mr. Cochin's body was moved into Babal through the pool in the Alabasta.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is?
My evidence is gonna be the pick.
It's because he was fished out of a pool, and not just any pool, it was the Babalese one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point that what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two courtyards are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
The proof is right there before your eyes.
The half-drowned Iron Infant. This blasted doll! Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back! Hey! Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me.
We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely that the body just happened to have passed on through to Babal. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can believe it made it, but he has a point.
Yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to propose next that a dead body can swim through a pipe?
You see, Mr. Prosecutor, Our chase after this man is far from over. Agent Lang. Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now? He's not. He realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. Yeah, we're in tandem right now. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer. And another thing, Mr. Cochin's body was found in his office in Babal. So what happened to his body after he was transported to the open-air stage? Callisto U is what happened. Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babal, remember? You mean Sheena, right? With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office. Are you seriously claiming that she swam through the connecting pipe with the body? He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that. It's hard to imagine that she swam through the connecting pipe. The pipe was used to put out the fire. That's why she started the fire. That's why she did it. Because the water level got lower by 2 fires. It looks like your hypothesis about how the body was moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body. What? Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements. What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in a ball? Well, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool. There is! Fire! Get rid of the water. Aha, that's it. Now, I believe this time we really are done, right? Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba. You are a most persistent man. Are you saying that you've thought of a way to move the body through the water? Move the body through the water? That is completely unrelated to how it was done. Excuse me. The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time. What do you mean there wasn't any water? Just like what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. 2 fires!
Take that!
Tonight, the Yatagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Babalese embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border. So what? The water level went down. The reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this. Can't I? Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game. The final boss. I haven't lost yet! I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat. Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route. I know that. I should have figured that you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. And there are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. The water refilled, idiot. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool. Ladders or footholds along the walls, there was no need for such things. What do you mean? If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down in the pool at will. Oh, it looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already. I've got it! I've figured it out! The way in which Miss Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so that the body and Miss Sheena could move up and down with the pool. The pump!
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking. He used the fountain spouts. How so? The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Babalese side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Cochin's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation for things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the Rose Garden and pushed it, along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Cochin's body, into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babal. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabasta to Babal. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. Exactly. And the water level rose up to its original level, along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretariat's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, and it was in use when Gumshoe was trying to use it. Even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Cochin's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved. No! Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you? I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back. You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. But when you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me. The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now? Proof, I believe, is what he seeks. Yes, proof. Without any, who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened? He wants proof? What are we going to do, Mr. Edgeworth? There is no need to worry. I've had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pools connecting the pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. The pick! I'm so glad we can use the pick! And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babal's open-air stage area. The pick!
Take that!
And what exactly is this? You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Babalese side will be your undoing. A guitar pick! Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were? Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick. What? This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. What is it? Somebody tell me, I'm begging you. What actually is it? Because I don't think it was in the cart. And I don't think it was on the body. And I don't think it should have been on the body. I don't know what it is. I naturally assumed that you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. What? Oh! It's not a pick, it's the missing piece of flour! But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to.
Take that!
That makes a lot of sense. I really should have connected that a long time ago. Let us take a good look at what the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Cochin. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear that it's missing a single petal. Now, let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot. This pick clearly looks like it's made of metal, not wood. It's completely changed textures. This is clearly shining metal, or at least, like, not this grain of wood. Like, it completely changed textures. It's a perfect fit. I assume that the petal must have fallen off of the flower during Mr. Cochin's murder, and then was accidentally placed into the pushcart along with Mr. Cochin's body. Grr, that's an interesting story, nothing more. Oh, I assure you it's more than just a story. I assure you it's quite based. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it. It was wet, you say? Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the babbly side of the embassy. I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose's Garden pool on through into Babal. Impossible! The people of Zhangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy.
Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life, no matter how you may plot or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy is going to ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth, because he values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with are people who refuse to admit when they've lost. I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually. You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all of the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. We already have enough proof to prosecute, though. This really will be the end of the line.
What? There's another part? I've been talking for 5.5 hours, though.
March 15th, 3:33 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more.
As if there is anything left for me to testify about.
I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Cochin. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis.
Very well. I suppose I could tell you about that. Because about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show.
I know what's about to happen. He's going to say the wrong name when it was actually the Sushi Slash. He's gonna say Early Summer Rain Jab. He's gonna say Early Summer Rain Jab, and I'm gonna prove that that didn't happen.
I'm so excited.
The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. I'm so excited for this. I'm gonna prove him just based on the Steel Samurai show.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? I can't wait. Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Never forget them, Unless you never saw it. So you were in the theater proper, watching Steel Samurai stage show, were you?
Of course I was. I have a great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I? You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who was cool. Yeah, the Steel Samurai special finishing move today was really something, huh?
Hey, Edgy! Who is she? Who is this super cute girl? 17. Back off.
She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her? Her name is Kay Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation. Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm Larry Butts!
Silence in the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle, you got that? I know. This is the end. For that man there. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. He said my name! How sweet. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the end game. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. I'm going to destroy this man.
I watched from the last row. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them.
Tell me about them, then! I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed.
What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed. You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you? Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all. Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more. Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh? Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose, then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang. I wonder if Mr. Albo is really there watching the show. I don't think so, because the only time he had to commit the murder was during the show, and the only time he could have placed the body into the pushcart was during the scenes with when the Iron Infant was not out on stage. And that means by the end of the stage show... Are you saying that the body was already in the pushcart by then? No way! You mean I was pushing a dead body around? That you used me in such a foul manner is unforgivable, evil magistrate. Well put, Steel Samurai. And now I will show to all those present just who is the evil magistrate that the Steel Samurai must defeat. Okay, let's press statement 3. Give me some details. Final move name. Lay it on me. Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself. That's nice. That's nice. Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture. I wasn't planning to let him. Well, if you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. And didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome? Thank you, Larry. Answer the fucking question! Yes, I remember that well, and that spectacular special move. He's gonna save the rain slash! The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab! We got him! Your lies will come undone. Oh, that scene will live on in my heart forever. Did you see the show? Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack that the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear. Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I had not watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move? I suppose you are correct, but if you could please elaborate on this point for me. Yes. One of the scenes was his never-before-seen early summer rain jab move. Sir, you're done, son. I object to your stupidness. The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer? For the $1 million. You little irritating gnat. Do you think you can trip me up by asking the same question over and over? That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this. A Samurai Spear! What about it? This spear actually never made it on stage today. Excuse me? You've been caught in a lie, nerd! Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight? It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash. Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Quercus Alba, you didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? Aha! So if he wasn't watching the show tonight, then it opens up the possibility that he was busy killing Mr. Cochin instead. Thank you, Larry, for being a dumbass. So where were you during the show? I demand an answer now. Is he gonna break? Please break. Just what is so funny? You're so sloppy. And so are your conclusions. I still insist that I watch the show, or most of it in any case. What do you mean by most of it? You see, during the show, I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when that dramatic scene was played out on stage. That is the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal. Just because he got the name of the move wrong. We can't really use it as proof that he didn't watch the show at all. As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I wanted to watch the entire show, honest. As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever. He is offended. Who did that? Who was that just now? It would be I, young lady! Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that? Reggie, please, hold on for a second, I beg! You may never accept this old man as Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Samaniac. What exactly is a Steel Samaniac, pal? I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one, because I'm the Steel Samurai. I will never acknowledge you as a true Steel Samurai. What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth? It appears that the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. It was a most amazing show, filled with the spirit of the young and the young at heart. Sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker. Getting the name of the move wrong only proves that he didn't watch the last scene. What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Manny Cochin. You know what, Gramps? You're really something else. I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what is it for? Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. That move is a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about. Wait, it was a secret. Larry, wait, what did you just say? Huh? Did I say something stupid again? Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret? Well, maybe I shouldn't have said secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show. Right before? Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Which is when he put the body in there! Yo! Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. But by that time, I'd already bent the spear, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless. All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy. Oh, long story short, because we changed the move to Sushi Slash, we kind of pretended that the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. And it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret. So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake. It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move. Hold those lips of yours still. What the heck, old man? I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also very tedious and a pointless exercise in wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you. How dare you! I suspect that you've already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
Ah, so now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Quercus Alba. You were the one who said it yourself, that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So, just what are you driving at?
That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud. Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of that move? Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it.
You knew the name because you saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret, so you couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means that the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard. So that means that Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
But what's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means.
There was another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room, so we can't afford to let this slide. This is related to both the dressing room and to Mr. Coachman's murder. This cart.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its return to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. and was finally pushed there, along with the Iron Infant, in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into the Alabasta along with the... Oh my god. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabasta along with the Steel Samurai. Which means that the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage. So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show. Precisely. Oh, but wait! What if, and this is just a what if the murder took place right in the dressing room? What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping a detective into a private dressing room then would be as simple as pie. The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then, too. Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Cochin. Quercus Alba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room. Oh, I knew it! I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest! Not so fast. What is it now? Still not definitive proof. Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you earlier that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. I wanted to go ask for directions, but when I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside. And that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk. Still trying to get out of this. Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him? I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible that we may find new evidence there. Yeah, if Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there, I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Ooh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation. Dude, I don't know if I have another hour of this in me. We don't need to do any of that. What? Wolfie? How could you? I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else. And they found nothing? There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it. I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us. They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find. And if there's no info to feed to Little Thief, then I can't do much to help either. Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us? It would appear that your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. Now, if you will excuse me, he's tried to leave like 70 times. Because of you people, I missed my flight. Now I must make haste to arrange for a new one. Ambassador guy? Polino? Who is it this time? Wendy Oldbag! Don't tell me.
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers.
Ugh, first Larry and now you.
What is with that scary monster-like scowl on your face, Edgy Poo? Don't treat me like I'm some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dusk that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgy Poo? Cheer up. Because I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
The most wonderful thing? From you?
It's so super special that I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know? My special present of love to my sweet Edgy Poo. Are you ready? Is this?
It's a box of samurai dogs. It's the box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yes. Oh, Edgy Poo, here, go on and eat one and you'll feel right as rain.
Are we through here?
Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgy Poo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir.
Are the samurai dogs finally gonna come into play somehow? Aid a few from the dressing room. The dressing room? As in the place? The murder scene?
The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if I fed you and made sure you were nice and full. One day it's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't the desire of everyone to make sure that their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience. Oh my god, she's talking too fast.
Mr. Edgeworth, can't you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman into silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan like a Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. But when I ate one, it just tasted like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinomaru-like fan on it. I've never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Right, it's not on this. It's blood! Is it possible? Could it be? Is it really blood? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. One drop of blood? However, there is no such thing as a Hinomaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to push us in the right direction. A present? The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them. In the pushcart? I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Coachman at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together, no matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. They can't both be in the pushcart, so the samurai dogs were removed. The killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means that they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. And thus dripped one single droplet of blood on that box. That which should not exist. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag, I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Edgy Poo!
Mr. Edgeworth, are you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Coachman in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen to you repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe that you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing!
Oh, hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found him. Finally found the things we need to go after this guy's jugular. But tell us, what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away? The trace evidence that will bring him down. Why, it's here, of course. It's right here. This box of samurai dogs with a Hinomaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood. Huh? What?
Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood analyzed post-haste. I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised. I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab, pronto. But why was there blood on that box to begin with? If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, correct? Oh, yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. That pushcart was too big for my son, you know what I mean? So to make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in. I figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart. If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor? Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart. Exactly, and that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box. But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them. Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder. It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to them, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag also managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that! I didn't steal, I received it from myself!
Quercus Alba, I'd say this is one very fatal oversight on your part.
Still no? Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turns out to belong to Mr. Cochin, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, it sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh? The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light on a new fact. At the very least, we now have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something.
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs.
Report. What were the results of the analysis?
Sir, the analysis came back and confirmed that the red substance is blood.
I knew it. With this Quercus Alba.
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before, or have you forgotten?
Even if that is Mr. Cochin's blood, what difference would it make? Like we already told you, it proves that the crime scene was in that dressing room.
But it doesn't prove that I'm your killer, does it?
That's... It's a very good point. The blood on that box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba is the killer. Then, this evidence... it's meaningless. Oh, that can't be! We were so close, sir! I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's gotta be something we can do. We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way.
Another guy! This is like 6 Deus Ex Machinas, right? Oh, it was Pereno!
Who is that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
It wasn't me, pal. And it wasn't me this time either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me. Why did you? Because I haven't finished reporting everything to you yet, sir. It was Alba's blood! Which proves that not only is he the murderer of Mr. Cochin, but his murder of Master II isn't self-defense. There's more. This is amazing! What? Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. That blood I mentioned. It's not of the same blood type as the victim's blood.
No. What? What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is that it's not the same blood type as the victim, sir.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore. Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events! A blood drop proves something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
Which one of your words would that be? The ones where I said that your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. Except that that's your blood. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you that the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy? What sort of nonsense? Yeah, it's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder. So you would like to believe. But what if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then? I guess it's possible. Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus Alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I wasted enough time here with you, and you have your answers. Now let me through. Alba, it doesn't matter where you run off to, you'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you, you'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see that that day comes. You know what your words sound like to me? You sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. It's Alba's blood! Is this really the extent of all we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone else other than the victim? The killer! Just when I thought I had him backed into a corner, it is I who has been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Phoenix! Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it that way... I know the answer. If the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person that could be. Well, I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids that I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. But it's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now and not ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me. I've got you now. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you. What do you mean? Allow me to describe you in one word. Pitiful. Pitiful. How so? Quercus Alba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who is trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful is the perfect word to describe you. Ha! Mere words! What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth? Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence. Hey, Earth to Mr. Prosecutor. Care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence? The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood. But we know that it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all. Miss Von Karma, I believe that is exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. He knows! I know! Everybody else is about to know! You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you are already aware of what I mean. Then, you know who the blood belongs to? Of course I do. This piece of evidence is the irrefutable proof that will stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person. Quercus freaking Alba. The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Quercus Alba. What? Why is his blood on the box of the samurai dogs? He's not even a victim. The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Cochin's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At the time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer. So that's what you mean. The blood doesn't belong to the victim. Then there's only one other person it could belong to. Yes, and that person is the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion. But Mr. Cochin was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding? Because the self-defense wound thing. He showed us his own wound! The moron! What if during the murder, Mr. Cochin had fought back? You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Cochin managed to wound Mr. Alba? Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves he was bleeding then. What is the piece of evidence that shows that Mr. Alba was probably bleeding at the time?
Take that!
Your own words will be your undoing. Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound. That was from when Mr. Mask II attacked me with a pair of scissors. Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room. Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as a fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors? You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility. You're one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are one of a kind criminal. I am the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing. You believe I've overlooked something. You said that my wound was caused by Mr. Cochin. And that it was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right? Yes, that is correct. I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose that such a weapon came from. The knife. Either one! Either knife works. Or the key! Cochin had the key! I have like several knives! This theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into the area with a weapon of any sort. Just as Mr. Alba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. But as long as you can't prove what that other way is. All your talk about Mr. Cochin stabbing me is pure nonsense. So if that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now. With pleasure. Wait, what? This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Cochin brought a weapon into the theater. The key! Which looks like not a weapon! Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key. I got you! That key! It's the key that my father stole from here 7 years ago. And it is very unique in that it is both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater. No! You couldn't dispose of the knife that had stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Cochin's pocket. After all, the key itself opens the safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadopian paper, signed by Mr. Cochin. In order to make it look like Mr. Cochin died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Quercus Alba? Finally, break down for me! Please, tell me he's done. I have presented so much evidence. And that is what some may call the coup de grace. Impossible! You can't take me down! Swine, all of you! Especially Manny Cochin! This is all because of that man's betrayal! He is saying the words! He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador, which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all of my crimes for me. That is why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card and how this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling prosecutors. And I would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for you meddling kids. Mr. Alba, I'm afraid that there is one more question I forgot to ask. This country's, or Alabast's, which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you. happened to him. March 17th, 11:21 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. Woo! This is it! The big day! It's Mr. Alba's trial today! And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca is heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it. Having to face Miss Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir! I don't even want to think of what that would be like! I caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. The flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents. Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all of the incidents. Cammy Mill was to provide support during smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate trials related to the ring to end in their favor. Ugh, go you airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir? I suspect there are even more members of this ring spread throughout the world. Yeah, it sounds like such a big op that I can't even begin to imagine what it's like. What is it, detective? Nothing. It's just, well, come to think of it, Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir. I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate is now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society. Well, with the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG-8 incident as well, huh? I suppose so. The real killer in the KG-8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Kochan. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG-8 incident was Mac Rell. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems that a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today. You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir? CCU and Dade Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Polano. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you. What? Seriously, sir? Wait, actually I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir. Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cadopia again, its economy has changed. Really? And it seems that Ambassador Polano has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia. But what a pity! Who is that? Even though every item is sent as a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. Well, you don't want them. I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay. Well, wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them, sir. Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's still not here? Hey, you've got to be more alert than that. Ugh! I can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit. I totally didn't notice you or realize that voice was you. Lang Ji says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't gonna miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him. Well, that and something else. I want to see you in action in court. Is that so, Agent Lang? We fleshed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. And it's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks. Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth. I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case. A shared victory, huh? Look, don't get me wrong. I'll still never forgive you, prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and it's not about to change, you got that? I see. Well, I believe you should still follow our own creed when you do your job. Yeah, and if there's ever someone that your precious truth can't catch. Feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. But as for me, I'm gonna get that person no matter what. Alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I will see you later. I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll help throw some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Hope you've got enough, because I'm gonna go call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way.
So is Gumshoe really the one who does the confetti all along?
The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this trial begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who choose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth.
He's talking too fast!
Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet. And to that end, you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young. However, I no longer think that is all we prosecutors are, and that is because... Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short time, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I've set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Yeah! Victory accomplished! I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's step for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, so about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet and they've become a real sensation.
How?
Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline has chosen me to design their new line of Go-You jumbo jets.
Oh no.
Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet.
Please, no. Please.
Edgeworth! Ah, that rudeness of a rude man! Because of him, my time and money is wasted. More importantly, I received a most fantastic treasure recently, the permanent statue of the Principality of Cadopia. Its weight is a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Palena was most generous.
It's fake! Poor guy.
We finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian courts await. Yeah, Cadopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find some new vigor there.
This little patrolman has been fired as of today, sir! I thought I was safe since we found the gun I had dropped. But I hadn't noticed that I had dropped my police badge, too! I guess what really broke the camel's back was that I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tripped into a dark black hole, sir!
Dang, poor Meekins.
I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles, man! Poor guy, he lost his job and got accused of murder all in one day. Like, poor guy.
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. But I've got to get going and return to Europe. I've still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically. I love the little epilogue thing. Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. But I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center. Well, when he's on guard duty, he has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Stop it, Lauren. When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love? Probably never.
It appears there are all sorts of drama that takes place outside of the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but... apparently, Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Oh, I love the judge. This is fun. Woo! I barely escaped death yet again. Oh, yeah, but boy were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth help us out, huh? Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job. Oh, don't let it get you down, Maggie. You've still got me. You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Ooh, this is actually kind of fun. It's not really fair that she got fired because the key was stolen. She was tricked into using it and then it got stolen. That's not really fair. And it was stolen by Bad, wasn't it? Detective Bad. Why not come to Cadopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It'll be an attraction entitled Capture the Yatagarasu. Of course, I hope to in this case help in creating our latest attraction. That would be fun. It's like a victory lap, it's great. Freaking Larry. Well, I can't believe that Mindy ditched me and went to Japan. Dang. But it's okay, because that's how I met Miharu. Planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. How does the man have so much money? We're gonna sell Blue Ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. I guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot, or at all really, but... Oh, so I noticed that I really haven't seen the guy in the blue suit at all recently. I wonder what's up. Well, next time we meet, I'm gonna make him meet one of my dogs. The guy in the blue suit, is that how you refer to Phoenix Wright? Are you kidding me? Phoenix Wright is your friend.
I gave testimony in court today, as a member of the Yatagarasu.
Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving?
They're probably fighting over who should succeed. Over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, I wish I could forget I'd ever heard of that smuggling ring.
Lang Ji says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet.
Ah, youth. When did I become so old, I wonder? I've begun noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. I'm thinking of retiring my mirror.
I mean, your regular hair is fully gray. It only makes sense that your beard should follow suit. No, not old bag. Please. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Echipu. Please take care of your hip.
And when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece.
What does he mean by that last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. I was in some creepy fuzzy pink animal, then I was a pink princess, a great hero of justice. Ever since, oh my god, it's too much!
It's too much. I can't keep up. March 17th, 4:33 p.m. High Prosecutor's Offices, Room 1202. Woo! I feel so much better now that the trial's over. And as always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed! You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Francisca and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, Kay? Oh, well, we've taken care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. Are you still trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. Whew, what a relief. Kay. Oh, yes. Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief? Of course. But I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. So I'm gonna hold off on doing anything until I make a tight 3-person team of my own. A 3-person team? 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me if possible. With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need. My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed. Let's both strive for such a future. Well, I guess it's time for me to get going. I see. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? And don't be a stranger. Don't worry, I'll be back. Be sure to break the lock on the window and sneak in. If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever. Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group picture, just the 3 of us. Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No. Hey, why not? Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, Detective. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here! Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, sir. Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that. Okay, I'm totally taking it now. Say cheese. And thus, the long tale of the KG-8 incident came to a close. It saw the demise of a smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there is little time to rest and relax, for I am eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of the law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Good picture. Edgeworth seems thoroughly annoyed. Just as it should be.